Good evening, everyone. Please let me know if my voice is audible so that we can start our discussion about PYQ of Environment and Ecology. Please type in the comment section if my voice is audible. That is day after tomorrow. We would have similar YouTube live, and the motivation behind the discussion of 2025 paper would be to get familiarized with the language of the question paper and to try and comprehend, try and understand what is the mindset of the examiner, the way they are framing the question and the relevant topics. Also, it is important from the perspective of the APSC examination, since we are covering 10 years of questions, one more year of the question paper, and that would eventually will add up to the depth of your understanding of the studies. Okay, so before we proceed further, CSAP Academy is conducting APSC Prelims test series, wherein we would have 40 tests, 14 are GS sectional test series, and 11 are full length test series. Along with that, there would be 15 CSAT papers. So without further ado, let's start. We'll start with 2016. The way we would proceed is, I'll read out the question. And then I'll give you some time, like 10 seconds, to come up with the answer, and then I'll give you the answer and we'll try and see what is the explanation of it. Also, the other motivation in this lecture is to inform you that even if you do not have any knowledge, there is a possibility to answer few questions. Not all questions, but at least there are few questions where without any prior knowledge, just because of the familiarization with the language being used, we can answer those questions. Okay. First question, Gadgil Committee report and Kasturirangan Committee report. We are starting with 2016. Gadgil Committee report, Kasturirangan. Question itself is suggesting how important reading newspapers are. At least in the section of environment ecology, you will come across questions where the question itself refers to the news, and that's why you cannot possibly ignore the newspapers. So I'll give you 10 seconds to answer this question. Kindly be active and give answers. Right. It is for the protection of the Western Ghats. During 2012 to 2016, the Western Ghats ecosystem were heavily debated. They were in discussion because of the sensitivities involved and the sensitivity of the Western Ghats itself, the ecosystem. So this question is from the theme of disaster management, and the Cargill Committee report came up with in 2011, and they converted, or they saw that Western Ghats are highly sensitive and they need to be protected, and the details are mentioned here. I'll be sharing this and the detailed slides so that you can revise quickly on our Telegram group. You can study from there as well. The Kasurirangan Committee report of 2013 was to reanalyze and relook at the Cargill Committee report. Okay. Next question. This is interesting question. इसमें अगर आपको बहुत ज़्यादा डीप में नॉलेज भी नहीं है, but even if you know that the Green India mission is associated with the environment, अगर आपको इतना भी पता है, then also you will be able to reach to the answer. ठीक है? So I'll read it with you. Which of the following describes the aim of the Green India mission of Government of India? The first statement, while we read the sentences, I'll give you the hint as well so that you can come down or you can deduce the answer. Incorporating environmental benefits and cost into union and state budgets, thereby implementing the green accounting. Here the word is accounting, where you should emphasize upon. Okay. Second, launching the second green revolution to enhance the agricultural output, so as to ensure that food security to one and all in the future. Statement 3, restoring and enhancing forest cover and responding to climate change by a combination of adaptation and mitigation measures. Your options are 1 only, 2 and 3, 3 only, and 1, 2, 3. Try and answer this question. अगर आपको इतना भी पता है, if you know just this much, that this is concerned with the environment, you will be able to come down to the correct answer. Okay, so most of you are giving correct answer. The answer is 3 only. Answer is C. Green accounting involves something that is related to financing. ठीक है, और ये मिशन है. It's not a project, it's a mission. That means it is only giving you the brief or the broad outline of what they are aiming to do, है ना. Whereas green accounting ये तो फाइनेंसिंग की तरफ चला जाता है, as well as ये बहुत स्पेसिफिक टास्क है. ग्रीन रिवॉल्यूशन ये एग्रीकल्चर से रिलेटेड है, सो ऑब्वियसली इट्स नॉट. बचा बात सिर्फ 2. अभी इवन इफ यू आर कंफ्यूज विथ 1, if you know that green revolution has got nothing to do with the Green India mission, so you can easily eliminate option B and option D. Now you are left with 1 and 3 only. So between 1 and 3, the more probable correct answer looks like statement 3 correct होगा, है ना. That is why you can narrow it down to 3 only. The correct answer is C. So this is for your information. Green India mission, it was part of the National Action Plan on Climate Change, NAPCC, and it was one of those 8 plans launched in February 2014. The objective of that mission is to protect, restore and enhance the India's falling forest cover. It was meant to respond to the climate change through combination of adaptation as well as मिटिगेशन मेजर्स. ये मिशन का स्टेटमेंट है जो वर्बटिम कॉपी किया गया था क्वेश्चन में, ठीक है। ये मैंने ये स्लाइड्स में इसलिए ऐड किया है, अगर आपको रिवाइज करने के लिए डिटेल कंटेंट चाहिए तो यू कैन रिलाई ऑन दिस स्लाइड्स, ओके, बट व्हाइल वी आर डिस्कसिंग द क्वेश्चंस we will not go into the depth of it. We'll talk only about the relevant words. We'll try to emphasize कि is there a keyword or is there a highlighter in the question itself जहां से हमको आंसर मिल सकता है. Next question. In the cities of our country, which among the following atmospheric gases are normally considered in calculating the value of air quality index? If you have visited airport or if you have visited any important place within your city, like यूनिवर्सिटी जाते हो आप या रेलवे स्टेशन जाते हो, तो यू कम अक्रॉस दैट बोर्ड जहां पे AQI दिखता है ना, वो AQI के बारे में बात हो रही है, एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स. कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड, कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड, नाइट्रोजन डाइऑक्साइड, सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड एंड मीथेन. योर ऑप्शंस आर 1, 2 and 3, 2, 3 and 4, 1, 4 and 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ये क्वेश्चन इजी है अगर आप थोड़ा सा लॉजिक डिप्लॉय करो तो. मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर गिविंग करेक्ट आंसर, बट अगर आप इतना थोड़ा भी लॉजिक डिप्लॉय, इफ यू नो अबाउट एयर क्वालिटी इंडेक्स देन नथिंग लाइक इट, देन गुड, it's good to go. Within 30 seconds you will be able to solve the question. However, if someone like me, if I was not aware about this concept or the detailing of it, I would read the question very calmly. It is saying cities and the aim is to evaluate the value of the air quality index, right? So carbon dioxide, how can it be part of it? Reason, city में लोग रहते हैं ना, and what do? We inhale oxygen and we exhale carbon dioxide, right? And trees during night they exhale carbon dioxide. So हम जो exhale कर रहे हैं वो भी अगर pollution में count होगा, so it would be very inappropriate in terms of calculating it, है ना? So इसलिए carbon dioxide तो हो ही नहीं सकता. So if one is gone, only option left is 2, 3 and 4, है ना? ठीक है. Here is the explanation. It also contains particulate matter PM 2.5 and PM 10. Here is the more important argument. Except carbon dioxide, most of them are taken into the consideration while calculating AQI. Remember, this question is from 2016 and 2015 में we had Paris Agreement. ये पूरे साल तक Paris Agreement was in news, it was under discussion. So from that, this question was derived. The question is very simple. The term intended nationally determined contributions. Intended nationally determined contribution, sometimes seen in the news, is in the context of A, B, C, D. आप देखिए, pledges made by the European countries to rehabilitate refugees from the war-affected Middle East. Plan of action outlined by the countries of the world to combat climate change. Capital contributed by the member countries in the establishment of Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Plan of action outlined by the countries of the world regarding sustainable development goals. Answer is correct. Answer is B. It is the plan of action outlined by the countries to combat the climate change. अगर आपको ये पता है, न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ा है, तो आपको ये आंसर आ ही जाता, फॉर श्योर आपको ये आंसर आ जाता. बट जस्ट थिंक कि अगर आपने नहीं पढ़ा था, इज देयर अ पॉसिबिलिटी कि आप सिर्फ लॉजिक के ऊपर ये क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व कर सकते हैं? माय आंसर इज नो. प्रॉब्ली यू वुड नॉट हैव बीन एबल टू डिड्यूस टू द एग्जैक्ट आंसर, बट आप 50-50 में कन्वर्ट कर सकते थे अगर आप क्वेश्चन के ऊपर ध्यान दो तो. The question says intended nationally determined contribution. So there is a very good probability that intended nationally मतलब ये हर country के लिए होगा. It must be applicable for every country, right? So first statement A says by the European countries. It is excluding rest of the world. And also it is talking about the refugees. Refugees में contribution नहीं होता है, acceptance होता है. You do not contribute to the refugees, you accept the refugees. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट उसमें एलिमिनेट हो जाता. ठीक है. सी स्टेटमेंट, स्टेटमेंट 3 जो है इन द एस्टेब्लिशमेंट एशियन है, सिर्फ एशिया स्पेसिफिक है. अगर इफ देयर इज एशिया स्पेसिफिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक, द प्रोबेबिलिटी ऑफ कंट्रीब्यूशन इज ओनली फ्रॉम द एशियन कंट्रीज. तो इस बेसिस पे मैं इसको एलिमिनेट कर देता. नाउ आई एम लेफ्ट विथ ऑप्शन बी एंड ऑप्शन सी. If I have not studied at all, तो भी सिर्फ लॉजिक के बेसिस पे मैं 50-50 पे तो आ ही जाता. अब मुझे इस बात पे शायद डाउट होता कि ये SDG पे, इज इट रिगार्डिंग SDG और इज इट रिगार्डिंग क्लाइमेट चेंज, तब वहां पे आपको गेस वर्क करना पड़ता. However, better option or better way of dealing with is to read the newspaper, because the question itself is suggesting it is coming from the newspaper. Okay, so again it was part of the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement was discussed under UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Under this, the Paris Agreement was discussed. The motivation was to reduce or make an effort to save the rising temperature below 2 degrees Celsius. Next question, greenhouse gas protocol. What is the greenhouse gas protocol? This, before we proceed to this question, environment ecology एक ऐसा subject है जिसमें nobody can claim that he has 100% knowledge. पूरा एक साल सिर्फ environment ecology भी पढ़ोगे, then also there is a very good possibility that you will not have the knowledge of everything about everything in environment ecology. तो ऐसा bomb हर साल आता है. Like this kind of question, this kind of bomb is thrown every single year. कुछ तो अलग सा पूछ लेंगे, and उस टाइम पे all that you can do is just read the option and take a informed guess. Greenhouse gas protocol, ये एक प्रोटोकॉल है. It's not a mission. है ना? It's a protocol. It is an international accounting tool for government and business leaders to understand, quantify and manage the greenhouse gas emissions. It is an initiative of United Nations to offer financial incentives to developing countries to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to adopt eco-friendly technologies. It is an intergovernmental agreement ratified by all member countries of the United Nations to reduce greenhouse gas emission to specified levels by the year of 2022. It is one of the multilateral RED Plus initiative hosted by the World Bank. I have circled the keywords of the statements जो आपको हिंट देगा कि ये स्टेटमेंट करेक्ट हो सकता है या रॉन्ग हो सकता है. Some of you are answering as C, others are answering as A. So those of you who are answering C, please take a note of this. The statement says it is an intergovernmental agreement ratified by all the members. इज देयर एनी अग्रीमेंट जिसको वर्ल्ड के सारे कंट्रीज ने रेटिफाई कर दिया? टेल मी. जब आप ऑल पढ़ते हो वहीं पे ये एलिमिनेट हो जाता है, बिकॉज देयर आर ऑलवेज कपल ऑफ कंट्रीज हु आर अगेंस्ट द रैटिफिकेशन और सम सॉर्ट ऑफ प्रोटोकॉल. सारे के सारे नहीं कर पाते, तो सबसे पहले तो सी ही एलिमिनेट होना चाहिए. सो सी नहीं हो सकता आंसर. ठीक है, बी नहीं हो सकता बिकॉज इट इज टॉकिंग अबाउट द फाइनेंशियल इंसेंटिव्स. Look at the word incentive. They are not talking about the financial assistance. They are talking about the financial incentive. वो तो कहीं मिलता भी नहीं है. So option B यहाँ पर डिलीट हो, एलिमिनेट हो गया. Correct answer is option A. It is the international accounting tool for the government and business leaders. All right. To be honest, मैंने जब ये पेपर अटेम्प्ट किया था, आई चोज द इनकरेक्ट ऑप्शन. मैंने डी चूज किया था. इट वॉज माई रॉन्ग. आई मीन दो आई क्लियर द एग्जाम, लेकिन आई चोज दिस ऑप्शन, ऑप्शन डी. बट एटलीस्ट मुझे इसके बारे में पता ही नहीं था बिकॉज इट वॉज अ बॉम्ब. बट एटलीस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ लॉजिक आई कुड रिड्यूस टू द ए एंड डी. सो 50-50 में मेरा गलत हो गया था. So it is international accounting tool for the government and business leaders. इसमें डिटेल्स दिए हुए. You can check the slides and the data from Telegram channel. वहां पे आपको ये freely available है material. Okay. Again, 2016 question, UNFCCC meeting in Paris 2015. Which of the following statements are correct with reference to the agreement at UNFCCC Paris Agreement 2015? Which of the following statement are correct? First, the agreement was signed by all the member countries of the UN and it will go into effect in 2017. I have just given you hint कि इसका आंसर कैसे कर सकता है. The agreement was signed by all the members in 2017. Okay. The agreement aims to limit the greenhouse gas emission so that the rise in average global temperature by the end of this century does not exceed 2 degrees or even 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial levels. So this statement is correct. Developed countries acknowledged their historical responsibilities in global warming and committed to donate 1,000 billion a year from 2020 to help the developing countries to cope with the climate change. Answer this question. Okay. So we'll try and go quickly now. Statement 1 is obviously wrong because all the members. अभी तक नहीं हुआ है. It's been 10 years now. अभी तक all the members ने उसको sign नहीं किया है. And 2017 any protocol any which has come in 2015 वो immediately एक साल में कैसे हो जाएगा? So first statement is wrong. तो first statement गया. So technically अगर आप even if you just take a look at the option, statement 2 is wrong. The question is now about statement 3. Developed countries have acknowledged. Look at the amount, 1,000 billion. यहाँ पे I need to give you some note, advisory note के UPSC always plays with the number. The examiner plays with the number. This amount was 100 billion. The day it was announced, उसके next day, all the newspaper had the heading showing this number prominently, just 100 billion, especially the developed world, है ना. तो इसलिए ये number काफी famous हुआ था 100 billion. Just look at it, 1,000 billion, कोई possible ही नहीं है. So answer is B only. That is 2 only. So इसमें further information दी हुई है next slide में. You can check it out by downloading these slides from the Telegram group. The link to the Telegram group is mentioned in the comment section. it was only agreed by 195 nations, not accepted, है ना. तो वहां पे वो चला जाता है. स्टेटमेंट 2 इज करेक्ट, स्टेटमेंट 3 इज इनकरेक्ट. $100 billion था. It was only $100 billion. आई वुड सजेस्ट यू कि आप इन पीपीटी को थरली पढ़ लेना, क्योंकि इसमें डिटेल में एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया हुआ है. सी, दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज ट्राइंग टू से, और मैंने इधर भी मेंशन कर दिया है सो दैट इट स्टेज विथ यू. Following basic information about COP21 from any newspaper or monthly magazine was enough to solve this rather difficult question. ठीक है. I would say कि observe the statement number 3 carefully. इसमें has just made his effort to mention the 1000 billion instead of 100 billion, और वो अगर आप एलिमिनेट कर देते हो तो आपका आंसर आ जाता है ना. मीनिंग अगर आप लेट्स गो बैक, थर्ड स्टेटमेंट में 1000 बिलियन, अगर इसको भी आप एलिमिनेट कर देते हो तो 3 एलिमिनेट, यू आर लेफ्ट विथ ओनली ऑप्शन बी. ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. The Sustainable Development Goals were first proposed in 1972 by a global think tank called Club of Rome. What nonsense! I mean, अगर आपको थोड़ा भी आइडिया है कि we have been discussing SDGs and they were supposed to be reached by 2030, 2030 तक हमको SDG को फुलफिल करना है. कहाँ 1972? 60 साल पहले डिस्कस हुआ था क्या? और ऑल्सो बाय द क्लब ऑफ रोम. ये स्टेटमेंट इधर ही रॉन्ग हो जाता है. सो स्टेटमेंट 1 गॉन. नाउ यू आर लेफ्ट विथ बी एंड डी. द सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स हैव टू बी अचीव्ड बाय द 2030, व्हिच इज करेक्ट. द आंसर इज बी ओनली. आंसर इज बी ओनली. The 2030 agenda, which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in 2015. ये पेपर है 2016 का, न्यूज़पेपर में ये था. In 1972, the Club of Rome first major report, the limits to the growth, it was published. Limits to the growth was published. यही वो रिपोर्ट था जहां से क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में डिस्कशन स्टार्ट हुआ था. ओके, इट वाज अमंग द फर्स्ट इनिशियल 2-3 रिपोर्ट जिसमें से द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ क्लाइमेट चेंज गॉट द गेन द मोमेंटम. ओके, व्हाट द इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ द यूनाइटेड कन्वेंशन टू कॉम्बैट desertification. This is the convention of the United Nation Convention on to combat the desertification. First, it aims to promote effective action through innovative national programs and supportive international partnership. Very vague statement, general statement है. इसका incorrect होने का possibility थोड़ा कम है ना. इसमें कुछ extreme statement कुछ लिखा हुआ नहीं है इसमें. There is no extreme words used here. So probability of this statement being correct is higher. Now, second statement, it has special particular focus on South Asia and North Africa regions, and its secretariat facilitates the allocation of major portions of financial resources to these regions. It is committed to a bottom-up approach, encouraging the participation of the local population in combating the desertification. Again, the probability of statement 3 is high क्योंकि बॉटम अप अप्रोच है, पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ पीपल है. इसका हो सकता है, आई डू नॉट नो, बट व्हाट अबाउट स्टेटमेंट 2? Try and answer this question. Anyone? करेक्ट. ये स्टेटमेंट 2 इन wrong है, because why, though protocol talks about South Asia and North Africa region, but it is not limited to South Asia and North Africa alone. और ये आपको इससे भी क्लियर हो जाता कि मिडिल ईस्ट में भी तो डेजर्ट्स है, वो साउथ एशिया में तो है नहीं, तो वहां पे भी तो काम करना जरूरी है ना. सऊदी अरेबिया, ईरान, इराक, सीरिया, दिस जॉर्डन, दिस रीजन्स, टर्की, दिस रीजन्स आल्सो हैव डेजर्ट्स, राइट. तो उनको इग्नोर करके कैसा चलेगा. सो स्टेटमेंट 2 रॉन्ग हो जाता है. सो योर स्टेटमेंट ऑप्शन बी एंड डी आर गॉन. 1 only and 1 and 3. So 1 is definitely correct. It is a commit. तो ये जनरल स्टेटमेंट लग रहा है, एंड जनरल स्टेटमेंट आर लार्जली करेक्ट, क्योंकि इसमें स्पेसिफिक कुछ गलत बताया जा नहीं सकता. इसको हाउ विल यू से कि इट वोंट आस्क फॉर द पब्लिक पार्टिसिपेशन एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा. सो आंसर इज सी. Ideally you should be knowing, this is a very famous and important convention, but if you do not know, then also by deploying some logic you can come down to at least 50-50 options. Here are the details. There are 197 parties involved, and it was established in 1994. Okay. Terms sometimes seen in the news. Please, I have emphasized it enough in the offline lectures as well as online lectures that you cannot discard the importance of newspapers. You have to read newspapers. Sometimes seen in the news and their origin. You need to match the pair. Annex 1 countries, Cartagena Protocol. Certified Emission Reduction, Nagoya Protocol. Clean Development Mechanism, Kyoto Protocol. Which of the pairs given below are correctly matched? Try and answer this question. Right. The answer is 3 only. Only third pair is correctly matched. ये Annex 1 countries, certified emission reduction, all the 3 are from the Kyoto Protocol. All these 3 are from the Kyoto Protocol. ओके, दिस इज अनदर बॉम्ब. इसके बारे में आप मतलब बहुत रेयरली किसी को पता होता है ऐसे क्वेश्चंस के बारे में. With reference to an initiative called the Economics of the Ecosystems and Biodiversity. Which one of the following statement is are correct? Economics. Emphasis on the word economics. The economics of the ecosystem and the biodiversity. Which of the following statements are correct? It is an initiative hosted by the UNEP, IMF and World Economic Forum. It is a global initiative that focuses on drawing attention to the economic benefits of biodiversity. It presents an approach that can help decision makers recognize, demonstrate and capture the value of ecosystems and biodiversity. Try and answer this question. Okay. See, generally, there's a pattern that has been observed. जब ऐसे कोई आता है ना इकोनॉमिक्स के बारे में, if there are finances involved, यूजुअली वो किसी कंट्री स्पेसिफिक से ओरिजिनेटेड होता है ना, या गवर्नमेंट स्पेसिफिक नहीं, कोई एनजीओ या फिर कोई स्पेसिफिक कंट्री कुछ करना चाहती है तो उससे ओरिजिनेटेड होता है. सो अगर ये यूएनईपी, आईएमएफ और वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम से ओरिजिनेटेड होता, इट वुड हैव गॉटन द गेन्ड द मोमेंटम और न्यूज़पेपर में दिख ही जाता. By deploying that logic, I was able to correctly guess the answer, but ये यूएनईपी, आईएमएफ, वर्ल्ड इकोनॉमिक फोरम का नहीं है. इट इज ऑफ द जर्मनी. It is of the Germany and EU. So statement 1 is wrong. Answer is C. Launched by Germany and the European Commission. It was launched by the Germany and European Commission. All right. Which of the following statements are correct? Proper design and effective implementation of UN RED Plus program can significantly contribute to. Please pay attention to the word can. It is talking about the possibility. है ना, इसमें से क्या हो सकता है, होने के लिए तो कुछ भी हो सकता है, बट कैन, पॉसिबिलिटी के बारे में बात हो रही है यहां पर. प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ बायोडाइवर्सिटी, रेजिलियंस ऑफ द फॉरेस्ट इकोसिस्टम, पॉवर्टी रिडक्शन. डेफिनेटली यस, है ना. यूएन का रेड प्लस प्रोग्राम है वो. सो 1 and 2 इसमें है. Now the question is only about the third, poverty reduction. If you are familiar with the environment induced migration, so you know that most of the tribal population, because of the environmental degradation, are forced to live outside of their jungles, and they are forced to get into the city and live in urban slums and do the menial work, and there they face the actual poverty. अगर आप जंगल बचा लेते हो तो एटलीस्ट they can stay back from where they belong, or that indirectly contributes to the poverty reduction. Also there are direct contributions as well, क्योंकि फॉर एग्जाम्पल रेड प्लस में अगर आप एफॉरेस्टेशन का प्रोग्राम रन कर रहे हो, इफ यू आर रनिंग एफॉरेस्टेशन, ट्री प्लांटेशन कर रहे हो, तो वहां पे आप एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी जनरेट करते हो, है ना. वहां से रिसोर्सेस आप वहां पे डिप्लॉय करके यू जनरेट द एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड गिव मनी. That also contributes to the poverty reduction. ये direct नहीं है but indirect contribution है. So answer would be D. 1, 2 and 3. The answer is D. The RED Plus goes beyond simply deforestation and forest degradation by including the role of conservation, sustainable management, and enhancement of forest carbon stocks. That is why the plus sign. The RED stands for reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. That plus sign is for the addition of the sustainable development management, etc. Sustainable management of the forest and enhancement of the forest carbon stock. Next question, Agenda 21 sometimes seen in the news. Agenda 21 sometimes seen in the news. Consider the following statement. It is a global action plan for sustainable development. It originated in the World Summit of Sustainable Development held in Johannesburg 2002. Agenda 21 came in Earth Summit, Rio Earth Summit, 1992. So second statement is wrong. And it is a global action plan for sustainable development. Generic statement है, but ये correct है. One only. Answer is A. ये agenda 21 refers to the 21st century. It was aimed for 21st century. About agenda 21, it is a non-binding action plan and sourced from the Rio Earth Summit of 1992. The number 21 refers to the 21st century. Since 2015, Sustainable Development Goals are included in the Agenda 2030. Next question. FAO accords the status of globally important agricultural heritage system. I am highlighting the word heritage system to traditional agricultural systems. What is the overall goal of this initiative? The ideal way of answering such kind of question is, before jumping on to the statement 1, 2 and 3, you should read the question 2-3 times. Try and understand the meaning of the terms. ये हेरिटेज की बात कर रहा है एंड ट्रेडिशनल एग्रीकल्चर सिस्टम की बात कर रहा है ना. सो इसमें लुक एट द वर्ड्स विच आर नॉट इन कंसोनेंस विद द हेरिटेज सिस्टम. आप एक पढ़ लो स्टेटमेंट 1. टू प्रोवाइड मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी training in the modern farming methods and financial support to the local communities of identified sites as to greatly enhance their agricultural productivity. अब ये statement पढ़ के समझ में आ रहा है कि it is nonsensical statement. Statement 1 has to be wrong. Why? Because they are talking about the traditional. They are talking about the traditional agricultural system and they are also talking about the heritage system. That means to conserve something. तो ट्रेडिशनल सिस्टम हेरिटेज में ये मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी का क्या काम है, मॉडर्न फार्मिंग मेथड का क्या काम है? दे इंटेंड टू प्रिजर्व द ट्रेडिशनल मेथड. सो स्टेटमेंट 1 गया. सो नाउ यू आर लेफ्ट विथ ऑप्शन बी एंड सी. सो स्टेटमेंट 2 इज ऑब्वियसली करेक्ट. दैट इज टू आइडेंटिफाई एंड सेफगार्ड eco-friendly traditional farm practices and their associated landscapes, agricultural biodiversity and knowledge system of the local communities. Doubt should be only about the statement 3. Okay, by elimination we know that statement 2 is correct. It has to be correct. It provide geographical indication status to all the varieties of the agricultural produce in such identified GIAHS. Again, this statement is absurd. This statement is completely absurd. Why? Because again, extreme to all the varieties. हर variety को कैसे GI tag मिल सकता है? Also, GI tag is it given by this agency? Basic knowledge से आप थर्ड को एलिमिनेट कर दोगे. आंसर इज 2 only. The answer is 2 only. Okay. Answer is B. All right, this is just for information that on 2nd June there will be all Assam open mock test, full length test होगा. ये free of cost है, free of charge है. So you can try and check your knowledge, try and attempt this question, try and attempt this test, so that since it's all Assam, you will get an idea where you stand in that competition. Okay, and it would be a good practice. आपका एक हफ्ते पहले एक open test हो जाएगा. Okay. This globally important agricultural heritage system, outstanding landscapes of aesthetic beauty constitutes the globally important agricultural heritage system. Aesthetic beauty wala that mix resilient ecosystem, agricultural biodiversity and प्राइसलेस कल्चरल लेगेसी। अगर आपको इतना भी पता है तो आपको समझ में आ जाता है दैट ये मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी, एडवांस ये, इसका क्या रोल है इसमें, ठीक है। नाउ देयर आर 3 sites recognized at GIAHS in India. One is Kuttanad below sea level farming system of Kerala. Second is Karaput traditional agriculture of Odisha, and Pampur saffron heritage of Kashmir. Next question. Okay. हाँ, यही जो दिस इज व्हाट आई वाज डिस्कसिंग अर्लियर, मैंने ये स्लाइड्स में इसलिए मेंशन कर दिया सो दैट व्हेन यू गो थ्रू द स्लाइड्स, व्हेन यू आर गोइंग थ्रू दिस कंटेंट, आपको फिर से याद आ जाए कि ये central theme of is the heritage question system. The statement 1 talks about modern technology, training in modern farming, which is in contradiction to the given question, so it can be marked as incorrect. I have intentionally written into the slides because when you are revising it, when you are going through it, आपको फिर से reminder होगा कि you need to be aware about the contradiction within the statements. Okay. ये खराई camel, the question is about the खराई camel. What is are unique about the खराई camel, a breed found in India? Okay, specifically written it is found in India, and what is unique about it? ये question में लिखा हुआ है. अगर आपको पता ही नहीं है what is खराई camel, it's possible that you do not know every species, you do not know every animal, you do not know every plant or bird, है ना? But still, read the options carefully and you will get the answer. Look for the extreme words. Statement 1 is it is capable of swimming up to the 3 kilometers in seawater. It survives by grazing on mangroves. It lives in the wild and cannot be domesticated. So all of you are giving correct answers now. It cannot be domesticated. अगर वो कैमल है, cannot be domesticated, आज नहीं हो सकता, शायद 10 साल बाद हो जाए, 10 सेंचुरीज बाद हो जाए. It is also possible कि 1000 year पहले domesticated हो सकता है. By saying cannot be domesticated, it means you are eliminating all the possibilities, है ना? So statement 3 is incorrect. If you eliminate statement 3, correct answer is 1 and 2 only. Option A is the correct answer. Some of you are still giving answers के statement 3 could be correct. Logic लगाओ ना भाई. You just deploy some logic. It cannot be domesticated. Even if you consider कि it is not domesticated today, although it is domesticated today, but even if you assume that it is not domesticated today, it is saying it cannot be domesticated. आज से 1000 साल पहले कोई गया था देखने के लिए. It's possible. आज से 5000 साल पहले, 4000 साल पहले domesticated क्या होगा? आज नहीं हो सकता, शायद 10 साल बाद हो जाए, 1 सेंचुरी बाद हो जाए, बट इट्स पॉसिबल. इट इज पॉसिबल ना, टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कर लो कोई. यू कैनॉट सिंपली से ना कि कैन नॉट बी डोमेस्टिकेटेड एट ऑल. इसलिए स्टेटमेंट 3 कैनॉट बी करेक्ट एंड हेंस द आंसर इज ए. Here again I have mentioned it. Observe the extreme keywords. Cannot. With reference to the red sanders, Pushpa, we had question on red sanders in geography as well. वही है जो पुष्पा चुराता है. Red sanders, sometimes seen in the news, consider the following statement. It is a tree species found in parts of South India, and it is one of the most important trees in the tropical rainforest area of South India. अगर आपने ज्योग्राफी का PYQ किया होगा तो यू कैन इजीली गिव दिस आंसर, है ना. अगर आपने ज्योग्राफी का एनसीईआरटी पढ़ा है, इफ यू हैव स्टडीड द ज्योग्राफी एनसीईआरटी नेचुरल वेजिटेशन, उसमें इसका आंसर मिल जाता है. 11th एनसीईआरटी इंडिया 7th चैप्टर 8th चैप्टर नेचुरल वेजिटेशन, पेज नंबर 4 राइट हैंड साइड में टाइप्स ऑफ फॉरेस्ट है. उसमें फॉरेस्ट में जब व्हेन यू get into the third or fourth category, red sanders is given as the example. What is the answer? Yes, answer is one only, because it is not the tropical rainforest. It is found in Andhra Pradesh. Surrounding states में भी थोड़ा बहुत मिल जाता है, but it's predominantly found in Andhra Pradesh. It is not from the tropical forest area, tropical rainforest. इसका IUCN रेड लिस्ट में इसका स्टेटस इज endangered. Red sanders is considered as endangered species and it is from the dry deciduous forest. For your revision, deciduous forest का ये क्या है, रेनफॉल कैटेगरी क्या है, डेसिडियस फॉरेस्ट का रेनफॉल कैटेगरी क्या है? डेसिडियस का रेनफॉल कैटेगरी इज 75 सेंटीमीटर टू 200. उसमें से 75 to 100 is dry deciduous and 100 to 200 is moist deciduous. So red sanders comes from dry deciduous forest. In which of the following regions of India you most likely to come across the great Indian hornbill in the natural habitat? Sand deserts of northwest India, higher Himalayas of Jammu and Kashmir, salt marshes of western Gujarat, or western Ghats. What is the answer of this? Right. Since you are from northeast, you know कि नागालैंड में हॉर्नबिल फेस्टिवल होता है. हॉर्नबिल किस टाइप के टेरिटरी से आ सकता है ना? उस काइंड ऑफ फ्लोरा, दैट काइंड ऑफ जंगल कहाँ पे है इनमें से? सैंड डेजर्ट्स नहीं, हायर हिमालयाज नहीं, सॉल्ट मार्शेस नहीं, द वेस्टर्न घाट्स is the answer. It is naturally found in the Ghats of found in Western Ghats. Again, this question is also from the NCERT. Western Ghats नीलगिरीज के आसपास बहुत ज्यादा अमाउंट में मिलता है, बहुत ज्यादा नंबर्स में. The term M stripes, sometimes seen in the news, is in the context of what do you think is the answer? बताओ quick. The answer is B. ठीक है. Let me be very honest here. I'll be honest. I read newspaper, but even after reading newspaper, I did not know the answer of this question. But from this, मुझे लगा stripes. They are talking about the stripes, है ना? स्ट्राइप्स की बात हो रही है. So stripes are only present on the tiger. Captive breeding of the wild fauna, indigenous satellite navigation system, and security of national highways. ये मुझे बहुत absurd लगा. And since it also has TR in it and stripes are part of the like coat of the tiger, इसलिए मैंने B mark किया था. And it was my informed guesswork. मेरा ये आंसर करेक्ट हुआ था. Okay, so I could mark this question correctly just sheerly because of the guesswork. Informed guesswork था, logical guesswork था. But since I read newspaper regularly, I should have known it from the newspaper itself. But मुझे नहीं पता था. I'm being honest here. आंसर करेक्ट आ गया पर. Okay, so M stripes stands for monitoring systems for tigers, intensive protection and ecological status. It was launched in 2010 by NTCA, National Tiger Conservation Authority, and Wildlife Institute of India across India, Indian tiger reserves. ये application based question है. The next question is based on the application of your knowledge. Again, you can answer this question just by looking at the extreme words. If you can look for the extreme words, you will be able to answer this question. Due to some reason, if there is a huge fall in the population of the species of the butterflies, what could be its likely consequences? One, pollination of some plants could be adversely affected. चलो ये possible है because they are talking about this some adversely affected है. यहाँ पे word गायब हो गया. So yes, this is possible. There could be a drastic increase in the fungal infection of some cultivated plants. It could lead to a fall in the population of some species. Some species, है ना, it could lead to the fall in the population of some species. Yes, possible है क्योंकि बटरफ्लाइज के ऊपर कुछ वास हो, कुछ फ्रूट्स हो, कुछ चीज का पॉलिनेशन डिपेंडेंट हो सकता है. सो अगेन दिस इज पॉसिबल. सो बट देयर कुड बी अ ड्रास्टिक इंक्रीज in the fungal infection. Drastic is very extreme word. If they had written some increase in the fungal word, तो वो possible होता. But since drastic increase को scientifically prove करना मुश्किल है and it is very extreme, I would mark it as the incorrect statement. And 3 is correct, so the answer will be C. The answer will be C. Some of you are still marking it as D. Some of you are considering statement 2 is correct. But please look at the language of the statement. There could be a drastic increase. They are using word drastic. It's a very extreme word, very difficult to prove. अगर वो some वगैरह लिख देते कि some increase in the fungal infection, then it's understandable. But drastic is too much, and hence statement 2 cannot be correct. See, statement 2 is incorrect. There is no credible source or research behind this, and moreover, the extreme keywords like drastic in the statement makes it more absurd and irrelevant. This is why you should analyze PYQ rigorously. ये आंसर की जो यूपीएससी का था उसके हिसाब से आंसर इज सी. द ड्रास्टिक वाज द प्रॉब्लम. Which of the following statements can help in water conservation? Can help in water conservation in agriculture. This is one of those questions जिसमें यूपीएससी के आंसर की ने सबको शॉक दिया था, because logically all 3 should be the correct answer, but according to the UPSC, answer is 1 and 3. According to them, applying gypsum before irrigating the field would not conserve the water. Reduced or zero tillage of the land, yes, it will conserve the water. Allowing crop residue to remain in the field, that will conserve the water. Ideally, adding gypsum should also conserve the water, because gypsum holds the water, it keeps the soil moist, है ना. So उससे कम पानी लगता है, water does not drain away. So technically option number 2 should also have been correct, but the final answer ki said the option 2 is wrong. And at least me personally is failing to understand why option 2 is statement 2 could be wrong. If you know why it is wrong, kindly type it in the comment section, and it will add to my own knowledge as well, because I've checked almost every possible source and I could not find any rational reason why statement 2 should be wrong. But UPSC has said that statement 2 is wrong. So we'll go by their answer key, that is answer is 1 and 3 only. अगर आपको पता है कि why adding gypsum would not contribute to water conservation, please let us know. Yeah, Aryan, you're also right. Aryan mentioned regarding the previous question, okay, butterflies and that fungal infection, the correlation sounds weird. Yes, you are right. Okay, there's one student who is commenting by the name Assam ki Pahadi girl, and she is asking why statement 2 is wrong. That is what I'm trying to ask. Even I'm not sure why statement 2 is wrong, but UPSC has said that statement 2 is wrong. If any one of you can comprehend or guess why applying gypsum before irrigating the field is not helping the water conservation, please let us know. Please enlighten us as well. Okay, next, biological oxygen demand is standard criteria for. ये term is directly from the NCERT. This term is mentioned in two NCERTs. One is environmental chemistry का chapter, environmental chemistry एक chapter है. It is a in 11th science book. This environmental chemistry, उसमें word verbatim है ये. NCERT for the environment, जो biology है, बायोलॉजी का एनसीईआरटी के लास्ट के 4 चैप्टर्स आर इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर एनवायरमेंट इकोलॉजी, उसमें ये मेंशन है. द टर्म डायरेक्टली टेकन फ्रॉम द एनसीईआरटी. ओके, द बायोलॉजिकल ऑक्सीजन डिमांड, मेजरिंग ऑक्सीजन लेवल्स इन ब्लड, नो. computing oxygen levels in forest ecosystem, don't know. Pollution assay in aquatic ecosystem, assessing the oxygen levels in high altitude region, no. The answer is C, pollution assay in aquatic ecosystem. आंसर इज सी. इसमें गेस वर्क के लिए रोल बहुत कम है. Okay, the answer is C. So what is it? Is from the water pollution. BOD is a measure of amount of organic waste that pollutes the water. ठीक है. So BOD is the amount of dissolved oxygen. It is talking about the dissolved oxygen needed by bacteria in decomposing the organic waste present in water. It is measured in milligrams per liter of water of oxygen. The higher value of BOD indicates low dissolved oxygen content of the water. Okay, basic concept here, what it means is, in order to decompose the organic matter in water, how much oxygen is required. Okay, next question. In the context of solving pollution problems, what is or the advantage of bioremediation technique? Bioremediation technique. It is a technique for cleaning up pollution by enhancing the same biodegradation process that occurs in nature. To enhance the biodegradation process that occurs in nature, any contaminant with heavy metals such as cadmium and lead can be readily and completely treated by bioremediation. Genetic engineering can be used to create microorganisms specifically designed for this. Look at the extreme statement. Any contaminant also can be readily and completely treated. ये बहुत एक्सट्रीम हो गया ना, कुछ भी हेवी मेटल हो कंप्लीटली रेडीली उसको ट्रीट किया जा सकता है, कंप्लीटली एलिमिनेट किया जा सकता है. दिस इज वेरी एक्सट्रीम स्टेटमेंट. सो स्टेटमेंट 2 इज wrong. By virtue of elimination, statement 1 is correct. And genetic engineering can be, they have only mentioned the possibility. So statement 3 is correct. The answer is 1 and 3 only. Statement 2 is wrong. It is possible to produce algae-based biofuels. But what is or are likely the limitations of developing countries in promoting this industry? Developing countries in promoting this industry. What are the possible limitations of developing countries in promoting algae-based biofuel? Okay. Production of algae-based biofuel is possible in seas only and not on the continents. क्या लॉजिक है इस स्टेटमेंट का? Again, this is the extreme statement. Possible only on sea, not on the continents. If it is not possible on continents, तो कोई भी country कैसे कर पाएगा? Because seas are the open spaces, and the only countries which have access to the coastal regions or which have access to the sea, they will only dominate. Na? Countries like Kazakhstan, Mongolia, or any other landlocked country will never be able to access this biofuel. So ये logic तो बिल्कुल ही incorrect है. One गया. So B and C. Setting up and engineering. So by virtue of elimination, statement 3 is automatically correct. Setting up and engineering the algae-based biofuel production requires high level of expertise and technology until the construction is done. Possible? The answer is, since it's a new technology का technical knowledge, expertise होना जरूरी है. So this could possibly the limitation. Yes. So answer should be B. Statement 3 पढ़ी लेते हैं, although it is correct, but still let's read it. economically viable production necessitates the setting up of the large scale facilities which may raise ecological and social concerns. General statement, yes, correct. All right. This is for your information. I would suggest कि Telegram group पे when you get the access to this PPT, you should go through the details of it. क्योंकि अगर इसको हम लोग डिस्कस करने लग जाएंगे तो हमको पूरा रात कम पड़ जाएगा सारे क्वेश्चंस को डिस्कस करने के लिए. ओके फिर भी ऊपर ऊपर से बायोफ्यूल्स में बी सॉलिड, लिक्विड और गैसेस इन नेचर, है ना. सॉलिड कुड बी वुड, ड्राइड प्लांट्स मटेरियल एंड मैन्योर. Liquid could be bioethanol and biodiesel. Gases could be biogas. Next, in the context of mitigating the impending global warming due to anthropogenic emissions of carbon dioxide, which of the following can be potential sites for carbon sequestration? अगर वो कैन भी है और पोटेंशियल साइट्स है तो इट कुड बी एनीथिंग, कुछ भी हो सकता है ना, क्योंकि वो पोटेंशियल साइट्स के बारे में बात कर रहा है. दे आर नॉट सेइंग कि विच आर एक्चुअली एग्जिस्टिंग करेंटली और विच आर ऑन विच द वर्क इज ऑन गोइंग. दे आर आस्किंग पॉसिबल क्या क्या हो सकता है कार्बन सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन के लिए. abundant and uneconomic coal streams, yes, obviously. Depleted oil and gas reservoirs, yes. Subterranean deep saline formation, yes. पॉसिबिलिटी तो कहीं पे भी है ना. The answer is D. The question was easy because उन्होंने बहुत simple, they have used very simple statement. This can be potential sites for carbon sequestration. All are potential sites for carbon sequestration. Carbon sequestration क्या होता है? Carbon sequestration is a process to capture and store carbon dioxide. It is a process to capture and store carbon dioxide to curb the global climate change. है ना? It is captured from the air, industries or power station, etc., etc. If in India, if a species of tortoise is declared as protected under Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, what does it imply? Statement 1, A, it enjoys the same level of protection as the tiger. It no longer exists in the wild. Extreme statement again. So, wrong. It is endemic to the particular region of India. Both statement B and C stated above are correct in this context. अगर आपका B wrong हो गया, it no longer exists in the wild, तो आपका D भी wrong हो जाता है. The answer is A. It enjoys the same level of protection as that of a tiger. This Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act covers the endangered species that need rigorous protection. The species are granted protection from poaching, killing, trading, etc. It enjoys the same level of protection as that of a Bengal tiger. Here is the information about Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. Kindly go through it in PPT. इससे आपका quick revision हो जाएगा in the context of question. According to Wildlife Protection Act of 1972, which of the following animals cannot be hunted by any person except under the some provisions provided by the law? Gharial, Indian wild ass and wild buffalo. The answer is None of them. Answer is D. That means none of them can be hunted. Answer is D. All three. अब just a small caveat, अगर ऐसा क्वेश्चन आता है, so how on earth anybody who has read Wildlife Protection Act would remember all the names of all the species under Schedule 1? इसमें आपको गेस ही करना पड़ेगा. Once you know that it is about endangered species, तो आपको ये समझ में आ जाएगा कि all three should be protected. They cannot be hunted. With reference to the Global Climate Change Alliance, which of the following statement are correct? It is an initiative of the European Union. It provides the technical and financial support to targeted developing countries to integrate climate change into their developmental policies and budget. It is coordinated by World Resource Institute and World Business Council for Sustainable Development. क्या लगता है क्या आंसर है इसका? Look at the word alliance. See, if I was giving this exam, मैं इस क्वेश्चन को छोड़ देता. Why? Because इस क्वेश्चन में लॉजिक लगाने के लिए बहुत कम स्कोप है. I personally would not have attempted this question because this question, the motivation behind asking such question is probably to eliminate the non-serious candidates or blind guess work करने वाले है ना. Because see, it is mentioning global, so I would doubt कि सिर्फ यूरोपियन यूनियन हो सकता है या नहीं हो सकता है. Also, it would mention the WRI, World Resource Institute, World Business Council for Sustainable Development. I don't even know if the such kind of body exists or not. So I would have left this question. This is my genuine recommendation. If you know nothing about the question and if you cannot apply the logic as well, कोई भी logic अगर नहीं बैठ रहा है, तो ideally this kind of question should be left. But since we are discussing, the answer is A, 1 and 2 only, because the website that does not mention anything about WRI or World Business Council on Sustainable Development. The answer is A, 1 and 2 only. ठीक है. There is no mention of World Resource Institute or World Business Council of Sustainable Development. Okay. Climate and Clean Air Coalition to reduce short-lived climatic pollutants is a unique initiative of G20 group of countries. The GCAC focuses on methane, black carbon and hydrofluorocarbons. Which of the following statements are correct? First of all, अगर आपको इतना भी पता है कि G20 is the group for economy, अगर आप if you know that this G20 group is the group of the developed and top 20 countries जो largely deal with the economic situation of the world, you would easily eliminate the statement 1. Reason, G20 इकोनॉमिक डिस्कशंस करता है, एनवायरमेंटल नहीं. अगर आपको इतना भी पता है तो भी you can eliminate this. And the GSA focus on methane, black carbon and hydrofluorocarbons. The probability of having this second statement correct is higher, because if it is about climate and clear air correlation, तो उसमें black carbon, methane ये सब चीज तो आएगा ही आएगा. Statement 2, I would mark statement 2 as correct. See, nobody would have known everything about this correlation beforehand. There are many students, in fact those who became IAS that year also confess कि इस टाइप के क्वेश्चन का उनको नॉलेज ही नहीं था, उनको इसके बारे में आफ्टर दी एग्जाम्स पता चला कि ऐसा कुछ एग्जिस्ट करता. तो देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी. यहाँ पे आप लॉजिक डिप्लॉय कर सकते हो. इफ यू नो दैट G20 ग्रुप डील्स विद द इकोनॉमी, you would have eliminated. अब 50-50 बच गया तो you can take a guess work. The answer is 2 only. Second statement is correct. ठीक है. So basically it was the UNEP and the government of Bangladesh, Canada, Ghana and Mexico, Sweden, and these countries joined to work on the short-lived climate pollutants. This is just the note I have added and this is for your reference. अगर जब आप PPT पढ़ोगे तो you should understand कि ये about us वाला पेज जो होता है ना, वहाँ से examiners ask questions, है ना. And the motive is, the primary desire of such question is not to get the correct answer from the aspirant, but rather to eliminate the candidates. This is my assessment that with a calm and composed mind, we can make some intelligent guesses to reach the correct answers, though it's a bit risky. I have categorically mentioned that it's a bit risky, but still, if we consider the unique as an extreme word with G20, then the first statement becomes wrong. And the second statement looks like a factual with no extreme words like only, and hence guessworks become little easier. Okay. Consider the following statement with respect to trade related analysis of fauna and flora in commerce, that is traffic. Traffic is a bureau under the United Nations Environment Program, and the mission of traffic is to ensure that trade in wild plants and animals is not a threat to the conservation of the nature. अगर नाम में ही लिखा है trade related analysis of fauna and flora, तो second statement has to be correct, है ना. तो one only and D कट हो जाता है. Traffic is a bureau under UNEP. The traffic sounds like the name of the NGO, क्योंकि UN का कोई अगर UN के अंडर कोई ब्यूरो होता तो उसमें UN तो आता ही ना. If you have observed, any bureau under UN has कुछ ना कुछ तो मेंशन होता ही है. So because क्योंकि इसमें UN का कहीं कुछ मेंशन नहीं है in the name traffic, I would mark it as incorrect. I would choose B, 2 only, and that is correct answer. That is correct answer. Statement 1 is incorrect. The traffic is a NGO. Traffic is an NGO which works to monitor the wildlife trade in the context of both biodiversity conservation and sustainable development. It's an NGO, it's not the UN bureau. From the ecological point of view, which one of the following assumes importance in being a good link between the Eastern Ghats and the Western Ghats? Purely from the maps. अगर आपने नेशनल पार्क, बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व या वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंचुरीज का अगर मैप देखा है, इफ यू हैव स्टडीड द मैपिंग, you will be able to answer this question. It is asking about the good link between the Eastern Ghats and Western Ghats. Nagarhole, ये तो कर्नाटक में है, and Karnataka has no whatsoever reference of the Eastern Ghats, तो gone, है ना. Nallamalla, somewhere in Tamil Nadu. Seshachalam, again same. The answer is Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. Answer is Satyamangalam Tiger Reserve. नेशनल पार्क एंड बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व के मैपिंग से ये क्वेश्चन था. इफ यू वांट टू सी घरियाल्स in their natural habitat, which one of the following is the best place to visit? If you want to see the gharials in their natural habitat, which one of the following is the best place to visit? Is it Bhitrakarnika mangroves? Is it Chambal River? Is it Pulikat Lake? Or it is Diporbil? Since you are from Assam, you should be able to eliminate Diporbil at the very first instance, because gharial and Assam कुछ लिंक ही नहीं है. You should be able to eliminate mangroves, because since it's a mangrove, मतलब इसमें there would be some salty water, है ना. So you should eliminate this. Since you do not know anything, if at all you do not know anything, if you know the location of Pulikat Lake, it is also near the seashore, so you should be able to eliminate this. And this is the river, that means it's a fresh water. अगर river है तो fresh water होगा, hence B. Ideally, if you have studied biodiversity, you would know that gharials can be found in the Chambal River, but even if you do not know, थोड़ा बहुत logic लगा के इसका आंसर दिया जा सकता है. The answer is B, Chambal River. ये बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग लीफ मॉडिफिकेशंस ऑकर इन द डेजर्ट एरिया टू इनहिबिट द वाटर लॉस. वाटर लॉस को अवॉइड करने के लिए व्हाट काइंड ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशंस हैव बीन मेड इन लीव्स इन द डेजर्ट एरिया. ये हम लोग वी हैव बीन स्टडिंग दिस सिंस आवर स्कूल डेज. 7th 8th स्टैंडर्ड में ही हम लोगों ने ये पढ़ लिया था. व्हाट काइंड ऑफ मॉडिफिकेशंस हैव बीन मेड. Some of you are answering as A, some of you are answering as B. It's a very simple question, है ना. Hard and waxy leaves, yes. Tiny leaves, yes. Thorns instead of leaves, yes. They do all three of these to store the water, to reduce the evaporation of the water, transpiration of the water. Hard and waxy leaves, tiny leaves and thorns instead of leaves are the modifications that occur in the desert areas to inhibit the water loss. Again, like I mentioned earlier, we are having open mock test on 2nd of June. Kindly enroll to this test and see where you stand. Which of the following statements best describes the word carbon fertilization? Focus on the word fertilization. Focus on the word fertilization. Try and answer this question. What could be the answer? Okay. Are Baba, all of you are answering like C, increased acidity of oceans as a result of increased concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. No, this is not the right answer. It is plant growth, increased plant growth due to increased concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Fertilization हो रहा है ना. Why do we use fertilizer? Fertilizers are used for growth of the plants, right? Agricultural crop के growth के लिए use होता है ना. So carbon fertilization means when the carbon is added, it has been observed because of the addition of excessive CO2, some kind of plant like C3 plants and C4 kind of plants have shown increase in their growth rate. That is why answer is A. Carbon fertilization means increased plant growth due to increased concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Carbon fertilization is the artificial enrichment of the atmosphere of greenhouses with carbon dioxide. It increases the photosynthetic rate. With reference to the agricultural soil, consider the following statement. With reference to the agricultural soils, consider the following statements. 1. A high content of organic matter in soil drastically reduces its water holding capacity. आपका आंसर यहीं पे आ जाना चाहिए. You should have answer at this very statement only. It is saying drastically reduces. Extreme word है ना, extreme word है ये. A high content of organic matter in the soil drastically reduces water holding capacity. चलो आपको if you want to read other options also. Soil does not play any role in sulfur cycle. Any role. Again extreme. Statement 1 is wrong. 1 को अगर आप eliminate कर देते हो, then also you can reach to the answer. The answer is 3 only. Irrigation over a period of time can contribute to the salinization of some agricultural lands. Some, not extreme statement. The answer is B. 3 only. Please focus on the extreme words. See, again, same story. Extreme keywords like drastically or any in statement 1 and 2. Clearly, you'll reach to the answer. With reference to the circumstances in Indian agriculture, the concept of conservation agriculture assumes significance. Which of the following fall under the conservation agriculture? Avoiding the monoculture practice, adopting minimum tillage, avoiding the cultivation of plantation crops, using crop residue to cover soil surface, adopting spatial and temporal crop sequencing or crop rotation. Avoiding the monocultural practices, I do not know, I am not sure. Adopting minimum tillage, yes, ये correct होना चाहिए. Avoiding the cultivation of plantation crops, this should be wrong. Why? Because plantation crop को हटा दिया, so conservation agriculture का क्या मतलब? Plantation crop में क्या क्या आ जाता है? Tea, coffee, है ना, banana, then sugarcane, rubber. If you're taking out so many important factors, so सवाल ही खत्म हो गया. So 3 cannot be correct. Using crop residue to cover soil surface, yes. Adopting spatial and temporal crop sequencing crop rotation, yes. Agar if statement 3 is wrong, then the only option is C. Correct answer is C. Conservation agriculture क्या है? It is a farming system that promotes the minimum soil disturbance, that is no tillage, maintenance of the permanent soil cover and diversification of the plant species. Which of the following are the possible consequences of the heavy sand mining in the river beds? Decreased salinity in the river, pollution of the groundwater, lowering of the water table. Sand mining हो रहा है तो pollution of the groundwater is obvious, है ना? So one gone, मतलब A gone, C gone. Now 2 and 3. So 3 is also correct. Now the question is only about 1. Decreased salinity in the river. What do you think? See, understand, some of you are answering that here all is correct, but just think about this. Heavy sand mining, let's say if heavy sand mining is happening on the river near the ocean, let's say if it is happening near the ocean, let's say कि ब्रह्मपुत्र जहां जाके बे ऑफ बंगाल में मिलती है या वेर तापी नर्मदा अरेबियन सी को मिलते हैं, लेट्स से कि वहां के आसपास इफ दे आर डूइंग हेवी सैंड माइनिंग, तो देयर विल बी अ सॉल्ट वाटर इंट्रूजन, है ना? समुद्र का पानी अंदर आएगा इन द ग्राउंड, सो दैट वुड लीड not necessarily to decrease, but it will increase the salinity of the river. It will increase the salinity of the river. Also, अगर आप heavy sand mining कर रहे हो of the river bed, then the different types of salt from the deep soil will also get mixed with the water, and hence it will not decrease, but in fact in some areas it will increase the salinity of the water. The answer is B. Answer is B, 2 and 3 only. First statement is wrong. Other impacts of heavy sand mining are alteration of rivers, damages river biodiversity, alters the sediment budget, leads to the poor water quality, worsen water scarcity, and threat to the coastal communities, etc. Next, how is the National Green Tribunal different from the Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB? The NGT has been established by an act. Correct, NGT Act है. Whereas the CPCB, Central Pollution Control Board, has been created by an executive order of the government. Wrong. ये दोनों भी act से established है. So statement 1 is incorrect. So these two options, the option A and C gone. The NGT provides environmental justice and helps to reduce the burden of the litigation on the higher courts, whereas CPCB promotes the cleanliness of the streams and wells and aims to improve the quality of air in the country. Correct. इनका काम ही अगर pollution control board है तो statement 2 has to be correct. The answer is 2 only. Both of them are established by the act. CPCB has been established by the Water Act of 1974. With reference to the Global Alliance for the Climate Smart क्या है? Agriculture. Climate Smart Agriculture. Which of the following statements are correct? Global Alliance for Climate Smart Agriculture is an outcome of the climate summit held in Paris in 2015. Membership does not create any binding commitments. India was instrumental in the creation of GACSA. Climate Smart Agriculture, India was instrumental. नहीं भाई, इंडिया अगर इसमें इंस्ट्रूमेंटल होता इन द क्रिएशन ऑफ GACSA, we would have known this, है ना. If India has played, for example, International Solar Alliance, ISA, International Solar Alliance, that kind of initiative, India has played a significant role. India was instrumental in it. So we know everything about it. Since we do not know anything about the Climate Smart Agriculture Global Alliance, so India must not have played an instrumental role. 3 गया, आंसर इज 2 ओनली. सी दिस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चंस में आपको गेस वर्क करना पड़ता है. इन एनवायरमेंट इकोलॉजी यू कैन नॉट नो एवरीथिंग. राइट, आंसर इज बी, 2 ओनली. India is just a signatory and has had no instrumental role in the creation of the global alliance. We'll take this as a last question. After that, we'll take break of 10 minutes and we'll reassemble to finish the remaining questions. Okay. The Partnership for Action on Green Economy. I know you all of you need the dinner break. So we'll take break just for 10 minutes. You can watch the video while you are eating. Okay. The Partnership for Action on Green Economy page. Partnership for Action on Green Economy. It's a UN mechanism to assist countries transition towards greener and more inclusive economies. Emerged at, where did it emerge? The Earth Summit on Sustainable Development 2002 Johannesburg, UN Sustainable Development 2002 Rio de Janeiro, at Paris और 2016 न्यू दिल्ली. इसका कहां पे हुआ? ये फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन है. दिस इज वेरी फैक्चुअल. यहाँ पे कोई लॉजिक नहीं. इधर यू नो इट और यू डोंट नो इट. दैट्स इट. यू कैंट डू मच अबाउट इट. It was established UN Conference on Sustainable Development of 2012 रियो डी जेनेरो. इसका आंसर है इधर यू नो और यू डोंट नो. इसमें गेस वर्क का कोई स्कोप नहीं है. इट्स अ वेरी फैक्चुअल क्वेश्चन. Okay. All right. Let's take break of 10 minutes. Let's take break of 10 minutes. अभी टाइम इज 8:40 हुआ है. We'll reassemble at sharp. 10 minutes break. Okay. See you in 10 minutes. Okay, let's resume the remaining questions. Next question. Again, this is factual question. Either you know it or you don't know it. Momentum for Change, Climate Neutral Now, is an initiative launched by the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, B, the UNEP Secretariat, or C, the UNFCCC Secretariat, World Meteorological Organization. इसका आंसर अगर आपको पता है तो पता है, इसमें आप ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकते हो, सॉरी, ठीक है. लेकिन if you are like if you have attempted very less questions and you want to take risk, तो ऐसे टाइम पे आप इस क्वेश्चन में रिस्क ले सकते हो. ओके, I attempted this question, I took a risk and that risk gave me reward. The answer was correct, although I did not know anything about this, because ऐसे बहुत सारे questions आते हैं, especially in case of environment ecology, that we find it very difficult to know कहाँ से आ गया ये question. ठीक है, environment ecology is extremely dynamic in terms of current context. Launched by, so what I can see here, it is regarding the change, है ना, and it is talking about the climate neutrality now, climate neutral now. So it's largely discussing the climate change. So it could be panel on climate change possible, यूनाइटेड नेशन एनवायरमेंट प्रोग्राम है, ये एनवायरमेंट प्रोग्राम है तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए, वर्ल्ड मेट्रोलॉजिकल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं होना चाहिए, इट कुड बी आईपीसीसी और इट कुड बी यूएनएफसीसी, यूनाइटेड नेशन framework convention on climate change. So both these both these options are about climate change. तो इसमें से कोई भी आप guess work कर सकते थे. See, it was a guess work between A and C. I chose C, and that turned out to be correct option. ठीक है, I honestly accept that I did not know the answer of this question. Just by the logical reasoning, I got to the A and C, and then I chose C. The answer was correct. The Climate Neutral Now program, created by the UNFCCC Secretariat in 2015. In which of the following states Pakhui Wildlife Sanctuary is located? Mapping se question hai, this is from the mapping. The answer, you should know this answer because A, it's in northeast, and ये पखोई टाइगर रिजर्व के बारे में आपको पता होना expected है. The answer is A, it is located in Arunachal Pradesh. Another name is Pakke Tiger Reserve. It is Pakhui Tiger Reserve in the northeastern Indian state of Arunachal Pradesh. Why a plant called Prosopis juliflora often mentioned in the newspaper में, why is it mentioned again and again? Is it widely used in cosmetics? Tends to reduce the biodiversity in the area in which it grows. It extracts is used in the synthesis of the pesticides. Or D, none of the above. Answer is, it's a colonizer. It is invasive species. Since it's an invasive species, it colonizes the area and threatens the local biodiversity. That is why it was in news. It is always in the news, juliflora. It's a shrub or it was initially introduced in India during colonial times. Since then, it has become an invasive species. It's an invasive species. It is an aggressive colonizer. That's why juliflora is always in the news. In India, the use of carbofuran, methyl parathion, folate, and trizophores is viewed with, these chemicals are used as, one is viewed with the suspicion, and these chemicals are used as pesticides in agriculture, preservative in processed foods, fruit ripening agents, moisturizing agent in cosmetics. अगेन ये ऐसा कंटेंट है जिसके बारे में यू कैनॉट मगअप, आप इसको फैक्चुअली मगअप नहीं कर सकते हो इन सब केमिकल्स को, है ना. यहां पे आपको गेस वर्क ही लेना पड़ेगा. इफ यू आर लाइक यू, इफ यू हैव इंक्विजिटिव माइंड, अगर आप कुछ भी चीज खाते हो एंड इफ यू, फॉर एग्जांपल मैगी वगैरह ऐसी चीज अगर आप खाते हो, तो व्हेन यू गो थ्रू द इंग्रेडिएंट्स यू नो व्हाट आर फूड प्रिजर्वेटिव्स एंड उनके टर्मिनोलॉजीज कैसे होता है. सो फ्रॉम दैट यू कैन डिसाइफर और यू कैन डिड्यूस दैट इट इज डेफिनेटली नॉट द प्रोसेस्ड फूड, है ना. इज इट फ्रूट राइपनिंग एजेंट्स, इसके बारे में only agriculture or the industrialist or the fruit vendors would know, इसके बारे में पता ही नहीं है, ठीक है. Moisturizing agents in cosmetics, most of you take care of your skin, most of you use skin care products, उसमें आप डिटेलिंग पढ़ते हो, तो स्किन केयर प्रोडक्ट्स में ये कहीं पे भी ये पढ़ने में नहीं आता है. So these two are gone. So it could be fruit ripening agents or it could be pesticides in agriculture, है ना. See, with utmost honesty, let me tell you that nobody, even those who cleared this year with all India rank 1, can claim that they knew exact answer of this question, क्योंकि this is a very vague question. You cannot rely on your existing knowledge or whatever you have. Either अगर आप बहुत ही ज्यादा उस साइंटिफिक बैकग्राउंड से आ रहे हो तो शायद आपको पता होगा, but generally it is very difficult to assess the answer of this question. But its answer is agriculture. Again, it was my guesswork, but it turned out to be correct, because I think this ये pesticides के कैटेगरी में आता है. कार्बोफ्यूरॉन, मिथाइल पैराथियन, फोरेट and trizophores are pesticides. In what is the difference of what is how pesticides are different from the insecticides? In contrast to the insecticides, which are used to specifically target and kill insects, pesticides are chemicals that can be used to kill fungus, bacteria, insects, plant disease, etc. In the context of which one of the following are the terms pyrolysis and plasma gasification is mentioned? I have been time and again emphasizing upon understanding the meaning of the term. Pyro means something associated with the fire. Lysis means procedure, and gasification, and that means converting something into the gas, है ना. तो ये किससे रिलेटेड हो सकता है? एक्सट्रैक्शन ऑफ रेयर अर्थ एलिमेंट्स, नो. Natural gas extraction technology, no. Hydrogen fuel based automobiles, it is talking about the automobiles, no. Waste to energy technologies, yes, it is associated with the waste to energy technologies. See, pyrolysis is a process of chemical decomposition of organic matter brought about by heat. Gasification can also take place as a result of partial combustion of the organic matter. आप ये जो कंटेंट है you should study it from the PPTs, उससे आपका रिवीजन क्विकली हो जाएगा. Why is there great concern about micro beads that are released into the environment? They are talking about, asking about the micro beads. They are considered harmful to the marine ecosystem. They are considered to cause skin cancer in children. They are small enough to be absorbed by the crop plants in irrigated fields, and they are often found to be used as a food adulterants. इसका answer is A. They are considered harmful to the marine ecosystem. Microbeads क्या होता है? These are very tiny, minuscule size particles of the plastic. Microbeads are minuscule, microscopic sized plastic particles. These are harmful to the ecosystem. Microbeads are manufactured solid plastic particles of the less than 1 millimeter in their largest dimension. They are most frequently made up of polyethylene. Anyways, they are used in exfoliating personal care products, जैसे कि आपका स्क्रब हो जाता है, टूथपेस्ट, etc. etc. These are the plastic particles. These are water pollutants. Which among the following statements are correct about deposits of methane hydrate? Methane hydrate. Global warming might trigger the release of the methane gas from these deposits. Emphasis on this word might. That means they are talking about the possibility. Okay. So this statement has to be correct. Large deposits of methane hydrate are found in Arctic tundra under the seafloor. We do not know technically, factually, whether it is there or not. Methane in the atmosphere oxidized to carbon dioxide after a decade or two. ये interesting thought है. Methane in the atmosphere oxidized to the carbon dioxide after a decade or two. Try and attempting this question. CH4 methane has carbon potential higher than that of a carbon dioxide, but it is very short lived. ये decade या 2 decade में carbon dioxide में convert हो जाता है. So yes, statement 3 is correct, statement 2 is correct. The answer is D. 1, 2 and 3. All three options are correct. Methane hydrate is methane molecule is enclosed in cage of interlocking water molecules to form the crystalline solid known as the methane hydrate. Methane hydrate is the solid methane trapped in the interlocking molecules of water. Consider the following: carbon monoxide, methane, ozone, sulfur dioxide. Which among the following released into the atmosphere due to the burning of crop or biomass residue? Which among the following is released into the atmosphere due to burning of biomass residue? मतलब पंजाब हरियाणा में जो पर्ली बर्निंग होता है, द क्रॉप्स आर बर्न, उसमें क्या क्या रिलीज होता है? द आंसर इज ऑल ऑफ देम. ऑल ऑफ देम आर रिलीज्ड. All of them are released. Burning stubble is the process of removing crop residue from the field. ये जो दिल्ली में पोल्यूशन होता है ना विंटर्स में बिकॉज ऑफ द बर्निंग ऑफ क्रॉप रेसिड्यू इन पंजाब एंड हरियाणा, उसके कंटेक्स्ट में था वो. दिस इज ज्योग्राफी क्वेश्चन. इन द कंटेक्स्ट ऑफ विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग डू सम साइंटिस्ट सजेस्ट द यूज ऑफ cirrus cloud thinning and the injection of sulfate aerosol into the stratosphere? Give me the answer. Is it in context of creating artificial rains, or it is for reducing the frequency and intensity of tropical cyclones, or is it for reducing the adverse effect of solar wind on the earth, or to reduce the global warming? Think about this. What is it for? The answer is D. It is used for reducing the global warming. Geography का क्वेश्चन ही है. Cirrus clouds are higher clouds. वो ऊपर होते हैं. They trap the heat radiated from the Earth's surface. If you thin them out, then the trapped heat radiated from the Earth's surface will get released in the space. That will reduce the global warming. This is part of geoengineering in order to combat the climate change. The details are mentioned here. Agricultural soils, consider the following statements. Agricultural soils release nitrogen oxides into the environment. Cattle releases ammonia into the environment. Poultry industry releases reactive nitrogen compounds into the environment. Which of the following statements are correct? In questions like this, it is none of the statement uses extreme words like only and drastically, etc. They are all using generalized term. अभी agriculture soil we put in so much of urea, we put in so many fertilizers, so nitrogen तो release होगा ही ना, nitrogen fixation होता ही है. So one is correct. Cattle releases ammonia in the environment, yes. Poultry industry, yes. All are correct. I have mentioned certain details as well. Please go through these PPTs. This will help in addition of your knowledge. For example, share of agriculture in total emission has gradually declined from 28% in 1994 to 14% in 2016. Directly half हो गया है. Now it has become even lesser. It is around 10% now. So ये आप आपके information के लिए पढ़ लीजिएगा. In the context of proposal to the use of hydrogen enriched CNG. CNG is compressed natural gas. In the context of proposal to the use of hydrogen enriched CNG as a fuel for buses in public transport, consider the following statement. The main advantage of the use of hydrogen CNG is elimination of carbon monoxide emissions. If you have noticed, if you have seen the lecture so far, you should get the answer from the very first statement. इतना extreme word that completely eliminate कर देंगे carbon monoxide emission को. Statement 1 is wrong. So 1 gone. Now either 2, 3 is correct or 4 is correct. HCNG as a fuel reduces the carbon dioxide and hydrocarbon emissions. Yes, statement has to be correct because it intends to reduce the carbon dioxide and hydrocarbon emission. इसीलिए तो वो green fuel में जाएगा ना. If statement 2 is correct, the answer is B. Answer is B. You don't even need to read next statements. Answer is B. See, that is why you should pay attention to the extreme words. Statement 1 is incorrect because doesn't eliminate but reduces the emission of carbon monoxide up to 70%. Eliminate मतलब zero कर देगा ना. In India, extended producer responsibility was introduced as an important feature in which of the following? ये बहुत सिंपल आंसर है. इट इज द ई वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट रूल्स ऑफ 2011. इट्स वेरी सिंपल, इट्स वेरी बेसिक. नाउ consider the following statement. As per the law, the compensatory afforestation fund management and planning authority exist at both national and state level. Second, people's participation is mandatory in the compensatory afforestation programs carried out under the Compensatory Act of 2016. Statement 2 पहले ही eliminate हो जाएगा. Why? Because of the extreme statement. Mandatory meaning people participation is compulsory. No, this will promote the people participation, but it will not make it mandatory. Mandatory means binding on people that you have to participate. No, this is not happening. यहाँ पर राइट टू वोट के लिए अपन मैंडेटरी नहीं करते हैं. सो ये कहां से आएगा? स्टेटमेंट 1 इज करेक्ट. आंसर इज 1 ओनली. The Environment Protection Act of 1986 empowers the government of India to 1. state the requirement of public participation in the process of environmental protection and the procedures and manner in which it is sought. Lay down the standards for emissions or discharge of environmental pollutants from various sources. Again, public participation they are asking about the compulsory, in a way compulsory participation. The answer should be 2 only. A should be incorrect. Why? Because it is the duty of the government and it would be inappropriate to make people participation. Doesn't contain any provision regarding public participation. They can promote, but they cannot make it mandatory. As per the solid waste management rules of 2016 in India, which one of the following statement is correct? Here are 4 statements. Only one statement is correct. आपको यहाँ पे it is very easy to get answer in this question because every statement will have at least one or two wrong words. उनको बस आपको आइडेंटिफाई करना है. Try and answer this question. Waste generation have to be segregated into 5 categories. I don't remember reading anything like 5 categories. All I know is dry waste and wet waste and probably medicinal waste, electronic waste, is तरीके से. But 5 categories specifically I don't remember. So this is wrong. The rules are applicable to notified urban local bodies, possible, notified towns, correct, and all industrial towns only. That means it is not applicable in rural areas. So only cannot be the option. So B is gone. It is mandatory on the part of the waste generator that the waste generated in one district cannot be moved to other districts. Again, extreme. Answer is C. The rules provide for exact and elaborate criteria for the identification of sites of landfills and waste processing facilities. Answer is C. Some of you are giving correct answer. Okay. This is interesting question. Which one of the following national parks lies completely in the temperate alpine? In the temperate alpine, completely into the temperate alpine. बताओ इसका आंसर. See, most of you are answering as B, Namdapha National Park. You need to have a very, if you have seen the map of the national parks, this is a very basic question. Manas National Park, obviously it is in Assam, आप सबको पता है ना. और ये टेम्परेट मतलब जहाँ पे स्नो काइंड ऑफ टेरेन होगा, आइस कोल्ड काइंड ऑफ होगा, वहां पे होगा. तो डेफिनेटली इट्स नॉट असम. नामदफा नेशनल पार्क इज इन अरुणाचल, but Namdapha National Park has from tropical rainforest kind of biome till alpine, है ना. उसमें moist deciduous भी है, dry deciduous भी है, उसमें alpine भी है, उसमें rainy भी है, tropical rainforest भी है. So it is not Namdapha National Park. नेवरा वैली नेशनल पार्क दार्जिलिंग में, वेस्ट बंगाल में. Neora Valley National Park and Manas National Park are almost around the same latitude. Namdapha National Park, Neora Valley National Park are almost around the same latitude. The Valley of Flower National Park is in Uttarakhand, and that too in higher Himalayas, snow laden Himalayas mein. So answer is D, Valley of National Park. Just latitudinal positioning of the national parks, that knowledge would suffice to answer this question. It is located in the state of Uttarakhand, between 3,352 to 3,658 meters of height. Which of the following are in Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserve? Agastyamalai Biosphere Reserve is located in Nilgiri, around Nilgiri, at the trijunctional area of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Okay. So, Nayar, Pippara, Sindhurni Wildlife Sanctuary, Mudumalai, Satyamangalam, Wayanad, Silent Valley National Park, Kaundinya, Barmeswaram, Papikonda, Kaval and Sri Venkateshwara Wildlife Sanctuaries, and Nagarjun Sagar Sri Salem Tiger Reserve. So, first glance में ही this option and Papikonda ये eliminate हो जाएगा because these are in Andhra Pradesh. Like yesterday, in geography also we saw that anything that has Konda kind of thing are largely from the Andhra Pradesh. So C eliminate हो जाएगा, है ना. Kaval, Sri Venkateshwara Wildlife Sanctuaries and Nagarjun Sri Salem ये भी eliminate हो जाएगा. Now choices between A and B. What option will you choose? Answer is A. It was established in 2001. You can go through the data, this information through your slides. See, Asiatic lions are naturally found in India only. Double humped camels are naturally found in India only, and one horned rhinos is naturally found in India only. इसका आंसर तो आना चाहिए भाई. What could be the answer of this question? Be quick, guys. Right. Answer is A. One horned rhinoceros is naturally found in India only. यहीं पे खत्म हो जाना चाहिए because the मानस के आसपास भूटान की टेरिटरी है. These are found in Bhutan also, Nepal also. So statement 3 is wrong. तो 3 गया तो only 1 or 2 is left. We know that Asiatic lions are found in India only in Gir National Park of Gujarat. Consider the following statement. Some species of turtle are herbivorous, some species of fish are herbivorous, some species of marine mammals are herbivorous, and some species of snakes are viviparous. हर जगह पे some है. Do we know every species of the turtle? Do we know every single species of fish? Do we know every single species of marine mammals or about every snake? No, na. So possibility of all this statement being correct is very high because they are talking about the sum. So answer is D. कोई ना कोई तो होगा ऐसा. So that is why answer is D. The probability of proving this statement incorrect is very less. You cannot prove this statement incorrect. Okay. Consider the following pairs. Wildlife naturally found in 1. Blue finned mussel, Kaveri River, don't know. Irrawaddy dolphin, Chambal River. Rusty spotted cat, Eastern Ghats. अब इसका आंसर बहुत सिंपल है. अगर आपने थोड़ा बहुत भी पढ़ा है तो यू नो कि इरावदी डॉल्फिन, गैंजेटिक डॉल्फिन, इंडस डॉल्फिन, है ना, ये एंड इरावदी डॉल्फिन. वी स्टडी दीज थ्री टुगेदर. इट इज वेरी 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 वेल नोन फैक्ट कि इरावदी डॉल्फिन्स आर फ्रॉम ब्रैकिश वाटर. Brackish means not completely sweet water or not completely salty water, mix of both, है ना. So इसके वजह से इरावदी, चंबल रिवर स्वीट वाटर है. So 2 cannot be the option. So answer is 1 and 3. Answer is C. Answer is C. 1 and 3. Yes, Aryan Singh, you're right. Irrawaddy are largely found in Odisha. They are found in other areas as well, but largely in Odisha. What are the advantages of fertigation in agriculture? Controlling the alkalinity in irrigation water is possible. Again, they are talking about the possibility. So this has to be correct. Efficient application of rock phosphate and all other phosphatic fertilizers. Again, extreme words. Rock, I don't think rock तो dissolve नहीं होगा water में, rock phosphate, and all again it is extreme. So statement 2 cannot be correct. Statement 2 को अगर हम हटा देते हैं, if statement 2 is wrong, the only option left is C. C should be the correct answer. फिर भी we'll read the next options. Increase availability of the nutrients to plants possible. Yes, again it is talking about the possibility. Reduction in the leaching of chemical nutrients is possible. Again, they are talking about the possibility. So this should be correct. The answer has to be C. Statement 2 is wrong because A, rock phosphate ka fertilizer is, they are talking about the, and all other phosphatic. We don't know how many of them are there. ये बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाता है. Extreme statement है ये. Statement 2 is incorrect. Rock phosphate is not soluble and thus not suitable for fertigation. Fertigation का मतलब होता है कि dissolve in water and then supply that water to the crop. What are the advantages of zero tillage in agriculture? 1. Sowing of wheat is possible without burning the residue of the previous crop. हाँ, possible है. Without the need for a nursery of rice saplings, direct plantation of paddy seeds in the wet soil is possible. Yes. Carbon sequestration in the soil is possible. Yes. Possible तो है ही. Answer is D. Answer is D. No tillage farming has been claimed to increase the soil organic matter and thus increases the carbon sequestration. In the context of India, which of the following are considered to be practices of eco-friendly agriculture? In the context of India, which of the following are considered to be the practices of eco-friendly agriculture? Crop diversification, legume intensification, tension meter use, and vertical farming. Eco-friendly agriculture, vertical farming होना चाहिए because it is less exploitative of the soil. Tensiometer use, yes, it should be because it gives you better information and reduces the dependency on the extreme fertilizer usage. Legume intensification, yes, it adds to the nutrition status of the soil. And carbon diversification, yes, it should be D. Answer should be D. Eco-friendly practices. Right. Next question. What is the use of biochar? Char means charcoal. Charcoal means koila. Biochar, biological charcoal. Biochar can be used as a part of the growing medium for in vertical farming. Can be है ना, हाँ, so this should be correct. When biochar is part of the growing medium, it promotes the growth of nitrogen fixing microorganisms. Yes. When biochar is part of the growing medium, it enables the growing medium to retain the water for longer time. Ideally, it should. So, if I have to attend this, I will say D. Water retention इसका बढ़ना चाहिए biochar का. Yes, the answer is D. There is one subtle message I want to convey. Wherever you see the developing technology or something that is coming new, they are largely give the positive takeaways for the society. Largely developing अगर टेक्नोलॉजी को आ रहा है जैसे कि यूज ऑफ बायोचार इन फार्मिंग है, सो दैट विल ऑलवेज हैव लार्जली पॉजिटिव आउटकम्स. और जो ऑप्शन में आपको जो पॉजिटिव दिखता है वो ऑलमोस्ट ऑल ऑफ देम आर करेक्ट. Which of the following are the reasons for the exposure of benzene pollution? Benzene pollution को expose कहाँ से होता है? Which among the following give the exposure to the benzene pollution? Automobile exhaust, tobacco smoke, yes, tobacco smoke कर सकता है. Wood burning, yes. Use of varnished wooden furniture, using products made up of polyurethane. Using varnished wooden furniture ये incorrect होना चाहिए because everyone has furniture at their home, and if the varnished wooden furniture just उसका use, they are not saying production of the varnished wood furniture, they are saying the uses of varnished furniture. तो हर ऑफिस में बेंजीन का पोल्यूशन होता है, हर घर में बेंजीन का पोल्यूशन होता है, राइट? सो 4 shouldn't be the case. अगर उन्होंने ये यूज किया होता कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग varnished wooden furniture, that could have been correct, but they are saying using varnished wooden furniture. We use furniture every single day. If use would have led to the benzene pollution तो दिक्कत हो जाती. तो if you remove the 4, the option is A. The answer is 1. It should be 1, 2 and 3. Okay. According to India's national policy on biofuels, which of the following can be used as a raw material for the production of biofuels? इसका solution दो तरीके से दे सकते हो. You can answer this question based on 2 things. One, you should be fully aware about the national biofuel policy, है ना, national policy on biofuels. You should have every single detail information about it, or you should have basic understanding clear. Basic understanding क्या हो सकता है इसमें? That if it is fuel, that means it is a source of energy, है ना, and the basic source of energy in every possible form is carbohydrates or the starch, है ना. फाइनली ग्लूकोज या कार्बोहाइड्रेट से ही तो फाइनली एनर्जी निकलता है ना. even if it is fat, when it is protein, first it gets into carbohydratic form or starch form, and then it gives the final energy. Even if you know this much, you should answer this question. Cassava, I do not know. Damaged wheat grains, I do not know. Groundnut seeds है, it's the oil. Groundnut seeds से आता है oil. Horse gram है, lentil है, मतलब it should give protein. Rotten potatoes, sugar beet. शुगर बीट तो क्लियरली शो करा, इट इज शुगर. कार्ब्स होंगे इसमें, पोटैटोज है तो कार्ब्स होंगे. बट दिस 3 and 4 shouldn't be the part of it. So if I remove horse gram and groundnut seeds, 3, 4 चला गया, 3, 4 चला गया, 3, 4 चला गया. The answer is 1, 2, 5 and 6 only. 1, 2, 5 and 6. The answer should be A. because the logic of carb, starch, and oil protein can be used to solve this question. Next, which one of the following statement best describes the term social cost of carbon? Hardly anybody reads such thing. न्यूज़पेपर में आ जाता है बट ये याद नहीं रहता है, इसके लिए आपको लॉजिक लगाना होगा. सोशल कॉस्ट ऑफ कार्बन. यहाँ पे ये गलत हो गया है. आई मीन दिस इज रॉन्ग. दिस इज ए, दिस इज बी, दिस इज सी एंड दिस इज डी. This is B, this is A, okay, this is B, this is C, and this is D. Social cost of carbon. It measures in the monetary value of the long-term damage done by a ton of CO2 emissions in a given year. It is requirements of the fossil fuel for the country to provide goods and services to its citizens based on the burning of those fuel. Efforts put in by the climate refugee to adapt to live in new places, and it is contribution of an individual person to the carbon footprint on the planet Earth. What do you think is the answer? It is A. Social cost of carbon is best described as the measure of monetary value of long-term damage done by a ton of CO2 emission in a given year. Consider the following statement. Coal ash contains arsenic, lead, and mercury. Coal-fired power plants release sulfur dioxide and oxides of nitrogen into the environment, and high ash content is observed in Indian coal. Coal contains arsenic, lead, and mercury. Possible है यार. Coal ash में coal comes from the earth, and there is a very high possibility कि ये सब होगा उसमें. The answer is all three of them. Okay, the answer is all three of them. Answer is D, all three. Abhi, ideally, I mean, you should not study this question, because last year this Schedule 6 of the Wildlife Protection Act has been amended. So इस question का कोई relevance नहीं रहा. Okay, next question. Steel slag can be the material for which of the following? Focus here. Can be, possibility, construction of base road, possible है. Improvement of agricultural soil, possible है. Production of cement, possible है. Can be है ना. It could be D. This question is from 2020 prelims. So Minister of, if I remember correctly, it was in November 2019, the Minister of Steel issued new steel scrap recycling policy. Hence, the question featured. And importance, again, underlines the importance of reading the daily newspaper. In rural road construction, the use of which of the following is preferred for ensuring environmental sustainability to reduce carbon footprint? Please read this carefully. Ensuring environmental sustainability और टू रिड्यूस द कार्बन फुटप्रिंट, इसके लिए इसमें से क्या यूज हो सकता है? कॉपर स्लैग, आई डोंट नो. कोल्ड मिक्स asphalt टेक्नोलॉजी, आई डू नॉट नो. जियो टेक्सटाइल्स, आई डोंट नो. हॉट मिक्स asphalt टेक्नोलॉजी, आई डू नॉट नो. पोर्टलैंड सीमेंट, आई डू नॉट नो. बट व्हाट आई नो इज एक ऑप्शन में कोल्ड मिक्स है, एक ऑप्शन में हॉट मिक्स है ना. वन ऑप्शन सेज इट्स अ कोल्ड मिक्स asphalt, सेकंड सेज hot mix asphalt. If there is option of hot mix asphalt, that means in order to make it hot, I'll have to burn something, right? If it is hot, I'll have to burn something. उसको गर्म करने के लिए कुछ तो जलाना पड़ेगा ना. So that means it will add to the carbon footprint. Burning anything to heat up anything will lead to addition of carbon footprint. ये logic deploy किया, and if I eliminate this, answer is 1, 2 and 3 only. Now cold होगा, जियो टेक्सटाइल होगा. Here, if you notice, this question shows कि आपको कितना carefully पढ़ना है. The question statement, how carefully you should read question statement. 36% of India's districts are classified as overexploited or critical by the Central Groundwater Authority. Central Groundwater Authority was formed under Environmental Protection Act of. Then India has the largest area under groundwater irrigation in the world. Which among the following statements given are correct? Try and answering this question. By common sense, can others answer? Most of you are stating A, one only. See, by common sense we know that India has the largest area under groundwater. ठीक है, ये तो हम सबको पता होता है कि ग्राउंड वाटर इरिगेशन इंडिया में सबसे ज्यादा है. तो स्टेटमेंट 3 इज करेक्ट. Okay, so 1 only and 2 only will get eliminated. Now either statement 2 is correct or either statement 1 is correct, because the remaining options is 2 and 3 and 1 and 3. The answer is 2 and 3. Why statement 1 is correct, 1 is wrong? 36% of India's districts are classified as exploited, overexploited or critical. ये correct है. But the organization is not the Central Groundwater Authority, it is Central Groundwater Board. It is Central Groundwater Board. Central Groundwater Board and Central Groundwater Authority, these are two different organizations. Central Ground Authority and Central Groundwater Board, these are two different organizations. The data is given by the board, not by the authority. 256 of 700 districts have groundwater levels which are critical or overexploited as per the latest data from the Central Water Ground Authority board, not authority. Organizations are different. With reference to the India's desert national park, which of the following statements are correct? It is spread over 2 districts. There is no human habitation inside the park, and it is one of the natural habitats for the great Indian bustard. It is one of the, चलो ठीक है, ये look at this statement number 2, extreme. No human habitation. किसी भी नेशनल पार्क में कोई ना कोई आदिवासी थोड़ा बहुत तो रहते ही है ना. There are primitive tribes residing in the periphery or in the buffer zone or in the core area, right? So there is absolutely no human habitation. ये wrong होगा. So statement 2 wrong है. So answer is 1 and C. The answer is 1 and C. 1 and 3. Option C. Next. Yeah, it is actually in the 2 districts, Jaisalmer and Barmer of Rajasthan. Okay. Which among the following tiger reserves has the largest area under critical tiger habitat? क्रिटिकल टाइगर हैबिटेट के अंदर लार्जेस्ट एरिया किसका है? कॉर्बेट बहुत छोटा है, सो इट शुड नॉट बी द आंसर. रणथंबोर, नागार्जुन सागर, सुंदरबन. रणथंब मतलब these two are large. However, core tiger reserve is Nagarjun Sagar. It is spread over almost 3,500 square kilometer. Nagarjun Sagar. Nagarjun Sagar Sea Asylum is the largest tiger reserve in India, having core critical tiger habitat of 3,721 square kilometer. It spans over 5 districts in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. The Nallamalla Hills make the majority of its territory. Okay. Which one of the following protected areas is well known for the conservation of the subspecies of the Indian swamp deer, Barsinga, that thrives well on hard ground and exclusively graminevorous? ये जो है ना, ये आगे का इतना ज़्यादा relevant नहीं है. Just focus on it is, what is it? It is deer, and more importantly, it is swamp deer. If you know what is swamp, you can answer this question. It is swamp deer. Try answering this question. Swamp deer है ये. Also, it has hard ground and exclusively graminevorous. It is Kanna. मानस तो एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा, मधुमलाई भी एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा because of the forest type. You can get confused between Tal Chhappar Wildlife Sanctuary and Kanha National Sanctuary, but Tal Chhappar Wildlife Sanctuary is in Rajasthan and it has black buck. It is famous for the black buck. That is also a kind of deer, but it is black buck, कालवीट और बिश्नोई कम्युनिटी जिसके वजह से फेमस हुई वो ब्लैक बक. द आंसर इज कान्हा नेशनल पार्क. Next, which of the following are most likely the places to find the musk deer in its natural habitat? इन चारों का अगर आपको जोग्राफिकल लोकेशन पता है, डू यू नो व्हाट इज मस्क, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय मस्क डियर, व्हाट आर द मस्क डियर्स? मस्क डियर आर्यन सिंह भाई, आपने बात तो सही कही है, बट आई कैन नॉट टेक द नेम. You're right where that black bug is coming from, but I cannot take the name. It's funny, bro. Got a sense of humor. Anyways, musk deer are from the cold regions. They are from the very cold regions. So I'm just giving you a hint. They are from the cold regions. Try and answer this question now. Please try and answer this. I have given you a hint. They are from the cold regions. Right. So Manas National Park तो definitely नहीं है. So option C and D gone. 1 and 2 only, 2 and 3 only. So ये तो पक्का है. Now the confusion is between Ascot Wildlife Sanctuary and Kishanpur Wildlife Sanctuary. If you know the location, you will answer. Kishanpur Wildlife Sanctuary is located in Uttar Pradesh, almost on the same or little northern of the Manas National Park. So ये नहीं है. Answer is 1 and 2. Answer is A. With reference to the Indian elephants, बचपन में कभी अगर आपने डिस्कवरी देखा होगा, एनिमल प्लैनेट देखा होगा, तो ये समझ में आता है. एंड यू गाइज आर फ्रॉम आसाम, मोस्ट ऑफ यू आर फ्रॉम आसाम, एंड सो आपके लिए एलिफेंट इज वेरी फेमिलियर, तो आपको इसका आंसर आना चाहिए. द लीडर ऑफ एन एलिफेंट ग्रुप इज अ फीमेल. द मैक्सिमम gestation period can be of 22 months. Elephant can normally go on calving till the age of 40 years only. Among the states in India, the highest elephant population is in Kerala. First statement is correct. Elephant group is always led by the female. So first statement जहाँ पे नहीं है. So now you are left with only option A and option D. 1 and 2 only or 1, 3, 5 only. है ना? So 1 is correct. Either 2 is correct or 3, 4 is correct. यहाँ पे only लिखा है, which is very extreme. बायोलॉजिकली ऐसा भी पॉसिबल हो सकता है ना कि कुछ एलिफेंट 42 में बर्थ दे, कुछ एलिफेंट शायद 28 के बाद बर्थ ना दे. देयर इज अ पॉसिबिलिटी डिपेंडिंग अपॉन द एनवायरनमेंट दे आर इन और द बायोलॉजिकल कंडीशन, राइट? सो ये स्टेटमेंट इज एक्सट्रीम. Just by this, I can get the answer A. However, if I have the data, I also know that highest are not in Kerala but are in Karnataka. Highest are in Karnataka, followed by Kerala. So this statement will also become wrong. So if you know the data, you can easily get it. If you can deploy the logic, again you can get the answer of this question. Karnataka has the highest elephants. With reference to India's biodiversity, see, ये क्वेश्चन में जो नेम्स मेंशन है, नो वन ऑन अर्थ वुड लाइक, अगर कोई स्पेशलिस्ट है तो उसको पता होगा, बट एनीबडी हु इज प्रिपेयरिंग फॉर स्टेट और यूपीएससी और स्टेट पीसीएस विल नॉट रिमेंबर एवरी सिंगल स्पीशी ऑन द प्लैनेट अर्थ, है ना? So when you see such question, try and decipher the word, try and make sense of the word. Ceylon, frog mouth, coppersmith, barbet, grey-chinned minivet, and white-throated redstart. Look at the name. They are describing something. This is someone whose throat is white, This is saying someone whose chin is gray color, and here is something which has mouth which looks like frog, and this is a barbet. How? What kind of a barbet? Coppersmith barbet. दिस इज द डिस्क्रिप्शन ऑफ समथिंग. आप मुझे बताओ कि ये किसका डिस्क्रिप्शन हो सकता है. Please try and answer this question. Try to answer this question. थोड़ा लॉजिक लगाओ. If they are describing about something by physical feature, किसी का mouth is like frog, ठीक है, किसी का chin is grey colored, somebody's throat is white in color, किसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं वो? कलर के हिसाब से हाईएस्ट डाइवर्सिटी आप कहां देखते हो? दीज आर बर्ड्स. The आंसर इज बर्ड्स. रेप्टाइल्स में तो ये डाइवर्सिटी नहीं दिखाई देता है. एम्फीबियंस में तो आप क्या ही बोले. एनीवेज, दीज आर बर्ड्स. Which of the following is are most likely to be found surviving on surface without soil? Okay, without soil. Fern, lichen, mosses, mushroom. मशरूम ये पहले एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा. जब आपके पास कुछ भी दिख जाता है, बारिश होती है तो वो मशरूम स्टार्ट आना शुरू हो जाता है, तो मशरूम तो पहले एलिमिनेट होगा. विदाउट सॉइल नहीं आता है वो, सो मशरूम गॉन. So 2 and 3 and 2 only. So fern is also gone. Lichen and mosses. Answer is 2 and 3. If you have studied succession, primary succession, secondary succession, primary succession is done by these two on bare rock, lichen and mosses. The answer is 2 and 3. Consider the following kind of organisms: copepods, cyanobacteria, diatoms, and foraminifera. Which of the following are primary producers in the food chains of Assam? Aryan Singh, your zoology MSc, huh? You try and answer this question. Diatoms, cyanobacteria, copepods, and foraminifera. साइनोबैक्टीरिया तो होते हैं, सो 2 तो हो जाना चाहिए. डायटम्स. द आंसर इज सी. A person from a general subject would not have the clear detailed understanding or the clear knowledge about this, लेकिन आपका if you have studied this science NCERT, you would know ये pods है यार. ये नहीं होंगे. Diatoms and cyanobacteria. This should be the answer. Again, I do not expect that everyone should answer this question correctly because नहीं हो पाएगा. Environment ecology में ये dynamic questions, bombs, bloopers ये हर साल आता है. So it is very difficult to answer such kind of questions unless you have the specific knowledge of it. The answer is B. Okay. अब ये आंसर है जो आप लॉजिक से दे सकते हो. यू कैन आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन बेस्ड ऑन लॉजिक. व्हाट इज detritivores? Detritivores are decomposers. In a way, they decompose the dead material. How they decompose? By eating. They feed on dead material. Dead material feeders. They feed on dead materials. Okay. Earthworm, jellyfish, millipedes, seahorse, woodlice. Seahorse, वो ऐसे से कुछ दिखते हैं. हॉर्स लाइक थोड़ा सा दिखता है. दे फ्लो वर्टिकली. दे आर काइंड ऑफ मैमल्स स्मॉल. सी हॉर्स तो डेफिनेटली नहीं है. ठीक है. So 4 gone. Answer is C. In which one of the following geochemical cycles, biogeochemical cycles, the weathering of rocks is the main source of the release of nutrients to enter the cycle? Main source, weathering of rocks. Carbon cycle, no, it comes from air. Nitrogen cycle, again no, air. Phosphorus और sulfur, इन दोनों में से एक आंसर है. Guess it. Either you know it or you have to guess it. Answer is C. Phosphorus cycle, because sulfur can also come from the gases. Phosphorus cycle has weathering of rocks as the main source of its release in the cycle. Okay, which one of the following have species that can establish a symbiotic relationship with other organism? Can है ना यार, possibility है ना. Answer should be all. With reference to the water on the planet Earth, consider the following statements. The amount of water in rivers and lakes, the amount of water in the rivers and lakes is more than that the amount of the groundwater. अगर आपने, if you have studied geography in NCERT, you would know that there is a table mentioning the source and the amount of water it carries. अगर आपने वो पढ़ा है तो you know that this statement cannot be correct. It is, groundwater is much more than the rivers, waters in all the rivers and the lakes. The amount of water in polar ice caps and glaciers is more than the amount of groundwater. The answer is B, 2 only. See, 75% of the fresh water is in glacier and ice cap, 7% of it is in groundwater. So basically, fresh water highest is in glaciers, then it is in groundwater, then is in ice and snow, then it is in lake, and then it is in rivers. This question is repeated from 2013. It is direct question from the 7th NCERT, like that was I was mentioning. It is directly from the NCERT. Which one of the following used in preparing the natural mosquito repellent? ओडोमॉस जो लगाते हैं ना, डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ मॉस्किटो रिपेलेंट्स, उसमें क्या यूज होता है? ये कॉमन सेंसिकल आंसर है, कॉमन सेंसिकल, इससे कॉमन सेंस से इसका आंसर मिलना चाहिए. ऑल ऑफ देम आर यूजिंग ग्रास. Which one of them? Which grass it is? Yes, Aryan, ice cap has more water than groundwater. Mosmi, option B, elephant grass. क्या बात कर रहे हो? If this is why inquisitive mind plays a role. अगर आपने कभी ओडोमॉस या ऐसा कोई भी repellent, mosquito repellent अगर एक बार आप देख लेते तो you would have gotten the answer. The fragrance you get is also because of this. This is the lemongrass. Answer is C, lemongrass. The vegetation of savanna consists of the grassland with scattered small trees, but extensive areas have no trees. The forest development in such areas generally kept in check by one or more or combination of the some condition. Which of the following are such conditions? The question is asking what are the reasons because of which the development of the trees is not extensive. Fire is definitely there. So 1 and 2 or 2, 3 and 4. Guess the answer. Borrowing of animals and termites should actually increase the forest development because they loosen up the soil and provide the nutrition. So इससे तो limit नहीं होना चाहिए. The answer is 2, 3 and 4. 2, 3 and 4. अच्छा, मौसमी आपने लेमन ग्रास ही कहा था क्या? सॉरी, माय बैड, आई मे हैव मिसरेड इट, सो आई एम सॉरी. योर आंसर वाज राइट, इट वाज अ लेमन ग्रास. Okay, permaculture farming. How is permaculture farming different from conventional chemical farming? Permaculture farming discourages monocultural practices, but in conventional chemical farming, monoculture practices are predominant. Conventional chemical farming can cause an increase in soil salinity, but the occurrence of such phenomena is not observed in permaculture. Conventional chemical farming is easily possible in semi-arid region, but permaculture farming is not so easily possible in such regions. Practice of mulching is very important in permaculture farming, but not necessarily so in conventional farming. Conventional chemical farming is easily possible in semi-arid. Semi-arid region में conventional chemical farming easily possible है. It's an extreme statement and it cannot be right. अगर कन्वेंशनल केमिकल फार्मिंग एरिड एंड सेमी एरिड रीजन में पॉसिबल होता तो वहां पे भी क्रॉप प्रोडक्शन ज्यादा होता, तो स्टेटमेंट 3 इज रॉन्ग. So now you are left with 1, 2 and 4 and 4 only. The permaculture farming discourages the monocultural practices, but in conventional chemical farming, monoculture practices are prominent. So answer should be B. The answer should be B. Conventional chemical farming is restricted in practice in semi-arid region. In the context of India's preparation for climate smart agriculture, consider the following statement. The climate smart village approach in India is a part of project led by the Climate Change, Agriculture and Food Security and International Research Program. The project of CCAFS is carried out under the Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, headquartered in France, and the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics in India is one of the research centers. See, again, this is one of that kind of question जिसका आंसर नहीं पता. If I were you, I would have left this question because ये बहुत the possibility of going wrong in this question is high, है ना, क्योंकि ये कहाँ से क्वेश्चन पूछा है वी डू नॉट नो. कभी किसी कॉर्नर से शायद ये न्यूज़पेपर से भी नहीं आया होगा. So ideally I would have left this question, but the correct answer of this question is D. All of these are correct. The environment and ecology is one such subject जहां पे पता नहीं कहां से कोई भी क्वेश्चन आ सकता है, and no matter how much you study, the dynamism in this subject is such that few questions, or maybe not few, 1 or 2 questions every year you will find जिसका आंसर पता ही नहीं है कहां से आता है. You can do blind tukka work, but that is not advisable. Please avoid doing blind tukka. Okay. Why there is a concern? That means there is a concern about copper smelting plants. Copper smelting plants. They may, again, statement has milder word. They may or may not. They may release lethal quantities of carbon monoxide into the environment. But अगर यहाँ पे may भी है, लेकिन यहाँ पे extreme word use कर गया lethal. Lethal is very extreme word. Lethal means can cause death for sure. No, this is very extreme word, lethal quantities. अगर lethal quantities में कार्बन मोनोऑक्साइड छूटता तो कॉपर स्मेल्टिंग प्लांट्स चलते ही नहीं. Okay, the copper slag can cause the leaching of some heavy metals into the environment. Yes, this is possible because it is can लिखा है and some लिखा है, so 2 होगा, so statement C is gone. They may release sulfur dioxide as a pollutant. Yes, so 3 भी correct होगा. Now the question is 2 and 3 only or 1, 2 and 3, है ना. Either B, it is either B or it is D. I think it is B, not D, because may is mild, but the lethal quantities means the quantities which can cause the death immediately. अगर उतना होता तो there is copper smelting exist ही नहीं करता. So answer should be B. 1 should be incorrect because of the extreme word like lethal quantity. Okay. Copper smelting does not release lethal quantity. It might release more carbon monoxide, but not in lethal quantities. Next, with reference to the furnace oil, consider the following statement. It is a product of oil refineries. Some industries use it to generate power. its use causes sulfur emissions into the environment. Yes, it is the product of wild. Some, it uses sulfur emissions. Yes, the answer is D. Okay, what is furnace oil? Furnace oil is a dark viscous residual product of crude oil, and it is used as a fuel in different types of combustion equipments. Magnetite particles suspected to cause the neurodegenerative problems are generated as environmental pollutants from which one of the following? Brakes of the motor vehicle, engine of the motor vehicles, microwave stoves within homes, power plants, and telephone lines. Microwave stoves are used in homes, right? घर में use होता है. And telephone lines भी higher use में है. So magnetic particles है ये. Particles में this should disintegrate something, है ना? माइक्रोवेव स्टोव्स तो कुछ डिसइंटीग्रेट नहीं होता है, टेलीफोनिक लाइंस भी डिसइंटीग्रेट नहीं होता है. So 3 and 5, no, the answer is B. See, this is not a basic knowledge, this is not a conceptual knowledge, it is information and it has come from God knows from what source, है ना? न्यूज़पेपर में कहीं कोने में कोई आर्टिकल आया होगा, उसमें से किसी रिपोर्ट से आया होगा ये. You cannot have knowledge, exact knowledge about this, but you can only deploy the logic here. There is no adequate evidence supporting the generation of magnetic particles from sources like microwave stoves within the homes or telephonic lines. Okay. The common carbon metric supported by UNEP has been developed for. नीचे जाने से पहले ऑप्शंस को देखने से पहले just look at the word metric. Metric means parameters. है ना? So what? Just from this name, try to guess the answer. Common carbon metric parameters. Assessing the carbon footprint in building operations around the world. Enabling commercial farming entities around the world to enter the carbon emission trading. Enable government to assess overall carbon footprint caused by their countries, and assessing the overall carbon footprint caused by the use of fossil fuel in the world in a unit time. The answer is A. The questions, especially from biodiversity and climate change, are so random कि आप पूछो ही मत. Now this is name itself gives the answer. नाम में ही इसका आंसर छुपा है. What is blue carbon? Name itself gives the answer. What is the answer? I have given you a hint that the name itself suggests the answer. Yes, the answer is A. You are right. Oceans and coastal ecosystem. Oceans and coastal ecosystems are blue in color. Blue carbon is carbon captured by the ocean and coastal ecosystem. Consider the following animals: hedgehog, marmot, pangolin. To reduce the chance of being captured by the predators, which of the following, which of the above organism roll up and protect itself from protect its vulnerable parts? Pangolin, we know. So तीन तो है ही, तो ये ऑप्शंस चला गया. Now you are left with C and D, which ये तो है ही नहीं. Hedgehog, अब इसमें if you know, you can answer this. If you do not know, you'll have to do the guesswork, because you cannot know the behavioral pattern of every single animal on the planet Earth, है ना? Every animal का behavioral pattern you cannot know. Now here you'll have to deploy the guesswork. See, I gave the correct answer of this question, but the reason I could give the correct, देखो मैं एकदम honestly आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ कि मेरा ये आंसर करेक्ट कैसे आया. लॉजिक लगाया था, बट दैट लॉजिक इज एब्सोल्युटली एब्सर्ड. मतलब यू माइट वंडर कि इज इट इवन अ लॉजिक, बट आई डिप्लॉयड इट, वो आंसर आ गया था. ठीक है. सो इफ यू थिंक इट इज एब्सोल्युटली इरेशनल, आई एम सॉरी, बट दिस इज व्हाट गिव मी आंसर. माय नॉलेज ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, इकोनॉमिक्स हम पढ़ते हैं ना, है ना? तो हम लोग इकोनॉमिक्स में ये पढ़ते हैं, म्यूचुअल फंड्स, है ना? एंड वी ऑल्सो स्टडी हेज फंड्स, right? Hedge funds and mutual funds. If you know the difference between mutual funds and hedge fund, you know what is the meaning of hedge, to have hedge against something. Okay. Okay. I've changed the mic. Hopefully now I'm audible. Which one of the following is a filter feeder? See, this kind of questions, unless like if you have seen Animal Planet and Discovery, तब या फिर अगर आपका जूलॉजी में बहुत डीप स्टडी है, देन ओनली यू कैन, और बॉटनी में बहुत डीप स्टडी है, तो यू कैन मेक द आंसर फ्रॉम दिस क्वेश्चन. बट इफ इट इज फिल्टर फीडर, तो इसमें से कौन सा हो सकता है? नॉट ईजी टू गेस, बट अगर किसी को अटेम्प्ट करना ही है, देन यू कैन अटेम्प्ट दिस. The answer is oysters. Oysters are filter feeders. Here is the information of what is filter feeders, what are different kinds of filter feeders. Yeah, when you go through the slides, you can study these. Okay. With reference to the palm oil, consider the following statements. Palm oil tree is the native to the Southeast Asia. Palm oil is a tree native to the Southeast Asia. Palm oil is a raw material for some industries producing lipstick and perfumes. Yes, this statement has to be correct because possible hai na, some industries, and the palm oil can be used to produce biodiesel, can be, yes, hai na. So now option is left between B and D. The answer is B, because palm oil is the native of the Central South America, not, it is native from the Central or South America, not from the Southeast Asia. Sorry, these are native of the Africa. Okay, the national initiative on palm oil was launched in August 2021, and that is why it was in news. Okay, मोरिंगा, इसका सब्जी बहुत खाते हैं लोग. ड्रमस्टिक ट्री. मोरिंगा is a leguminous evergreen tree. Again, evergreen tree. The tamarind tree is endemic to the South Asia. Tamarind मतलब इमली का पेड़. In India, most of the tamarind is collected as minor forest produce. India exports tamarind and seeds of moringa. Seeds of moringa and tamarind can be used in the production of biofuels. Okay, if you know answer of this question, then well and good, but if you do not, then let's try and use the logic, है ना. Read the second statement. The tamarind tree is endemic to South Asia, which means it is the tamarind, मतलब इमली का पेड़ सिर्फ साउथ एशिया में आता है. मतलब इमली का पेड़ is can be seen only in South Asia, है ना. Not in Africa, not in Europe, not in East Asia, not in Central Asia, not in USA, but imli, the tamarind, is famous everywhere, right? So the possibility of this statement is very less. So if you remove the two, you are left with B and C. Okay. So 3 and 4 are common. So 3 and 4 is correct. 3, 4 are common. Now the question is whether number statement 5 is correct or whether statement 1 is correct. Whether statement 1 is correct or statement 5 is correct. Is it leguminous? Is it evergreen tree? I do not know. But seeds of moringa and tamarind can be used in producing biofuels. This statement appears more probable. Hence, I will go with the option B. The answer should be option B. Moringa is fast growing, drought resistant tree, native to the subcontinent, found in the wild in sub-Himalayan regions of the northern India, etc. etc. Which among the following are nitrogen fixing plants? Alfalfa, amaranth, chickpea, clover, पल्सिकी और स्पिनाच. अब ये बहुत टेक्निकल क्वेश्चन है. If you have read NCERT, and if you can remember all of this, then you will get the answer of this question. Alfalfa, chickpea and clover are nitrogen fixing plants. ये NCERT में दिए हुए, but only if you can remember this, आपको इसका आंसर आ जाएगा, because that is very factual question. Which among the following crops, which one is the most important anthropogenic source of both methane and nitrous oxide? Most important anthropogenic source of both methane and nitrous oxide. Try and answer this question. It's very easy. It's very easy to answer this question, because methane से आपको आंसर मिलना चाहिए. The answer is rice, क्योंकि rice is under the water, मतलब बहुत ज़्यादा दलदल पानी में ज़्यादा होता है. Rice is the answer. System of rice intensification. System of rice intensification of cultivation, in which alternate wetting and drying, पानी को ज़मीन को गीला करना और फिर सुखाना alternate of rice fields is practiced. It results in, what are the benefits of system of rice intensification? Reduced seed requirements. Yes, obviously it is, like we discussed earlier, if it is new technology or if it is advanced version of any cultivation, obviously it will have positive impact. Reduced seed requirements, yes. Reduced methane production, yes. Why? Because alternative wetting and drying की वजह से there is no saturation of water or decomposition happening. तो reduced methane production. Reduced electricity consumption because requires less water. So answer is 1, 2 and 3 all. It requires less water and hence reduce electricity consumption. In the context of WHO air quality guidelines, consider the following statement. The 24-hour mean of PM 2.5 should not exceed 15 cubic meter, mean of 5 should not exceed 5 cubic meter, sorry. In a year, the highest level of ozone pollution occurs during the period of, excuse me, okay, PM10, particulate matter of 10 can penetrate the lung barriers and enter the bloodstream. Excessive ozone in the air can trigger the asthma. सबसे इजी ये ऑप्शन लग रहा है, तो 4 शुड बी करेक्ट, सो 1 and 2 गॉन. कैन पेनिट्रेट, PM10 कैन पेनिट्रेट द लंग्स बैरियर. ये थोड़ा मुश्किल लग रहा है बिकॉज द साइज इज 10. अगर इसके जगह पे PM, इफ इट वाज PM 2.5, पार्टिकुलेट मैटर ऑफ 2.5, तो शायद पेनिट्रेट कर पाता. PM10 looks difficult. So if I have to take a guess, I would go with B, because particulate matter with 10 size sounds difficult to penetrate the lungs. ये तो मुझे पता ही नहीं है ना. Probably somebody who's scientist or somebody who's working in the Ministry of Environment and working on the pollution front, उसको शायद इतना डिटेल में पता हो सकता है. नॉर्मल कॉमन लोगों को शायद ना पता हो, बट नॉर्मल कॉमन पीपल कैन डिप्लॉय द लॉजिक दैट PM10 cannot penetrate the lung barrier. For that the size has to be smaller. That should be PM 2.5 होता तो we could have might have given a thought कि हाँ शायद हो सकता है ना. So आंसर इज स्टेटमेंट 3 कैनॉट बी करेक्ट. सो स्टेटमेंट 3 अगर गया सो आंसर इज बी. या सी PM 2.5 can penetrate the lung barrier and enter the blood system. Consider the following: carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxide, ozone, sulfur dioxide. Excess of which of the above in the environment can cause the acid rain? Acid rain. Okay. Carbon monoxide, ozone. This is CO, carbon monoxide. This is O3. O3 and CO cannot cause the acid rain. Nitrogen oxide can lead to nitric acid, and sulfur can lead to sulfuric acid. The answer has to be 2 and 4. Sulfur, yes, it has to be 2 and 4. Nitrous oxide and sulfur dioxide causes acid rain. Which one of the following has been constituted under the Environment Protection Act of 1986? Some time ago we were discussing that question, 33% of districts are water stressed, etc. उस क्वेश्चन में they had replaced board with authority. Central Water Commission, Central Water Groundwater Board, Central Groundwater Authority, National Water Development Agency are established under the Environment Protection Act of 1986. Answer has to be B or C. What do you think is the answer? The answer is C, Central Groundwater Authority. ये क्वेश्चन बहुत ज़्यादा फैक्चुअल था, थोड़ा बहुत लॉजिक लगाओगे तो शायद इसका आंसर आ जाएगा. The answer is Central Ground Authority. Okay. With reference to Indian laws of wildlife protection, consider the following statement. Okay, wild animals are the sole property of the government. When a wild animal is declared protected, such animal is entitled for equal protection whether it is found in protected areas or outside. Apprehension of a protected wild animal becoming a danger to human life is sufficient ground for its capture or killing. Apprehension of protected wild animal, mere apprehension मतलब सिर्फ लगना. What does this statement mean? कि अगर आपको सिर्फ लगता भी है कि a wild animal can become a danger to human society or human life, बस उस बेसिस पे भी आप उसको कैप्चर या किल कर सकते हो. This is not possible. Mere apprehension cannot be the ground. So statement 2 is correct. Are wild animals the sole property of the government? Sole property of the government? No. Answer is B only. मियावाकी मेथड, ये बहुत सिंपल और सिंपल क्वेश्चन है. मियावाकी मेथड इज वेल नोन फॉर दी creation of mini forest. It was in news, 2022 का क्वेश्चन है, it was in news, it is creation of mini forest. Okay. Consider the following pairs: wetland, lake, and their location. Hokera wetland, Punjab. No, they are in Jammu Kashmir. So one gaya. So all 4 pairs gone. Renuka wetlands, Himachal Pradesh. Yes. Rudrasagar lake, Tripura. I think yes. Satamkutta lake, Tamil Nadu. I think the answer is only 2 pairs. Answer is only 2 pairs. Satamkota lake is in Kerala. If rainforests and tropical forests are lungs, if rainforest and tropical forests are lungs, then surely wetlands function as its kidneys. Rainforest and tropical forest, if they are lungs, then wetland function as their kidneys. Which one of the following functions of the wetland best reflects the above statement? Which of these statements show that wetland can act as kidney? इसका आंसर मुझे आपसे चाहिए. You should answer this question. It's a very application based answer question. बताओ बताओ आंसर दो. The answer is D. Aquatic plants absorb heavy metals and excessive nutrients. Because of their capacity to filter pollutants from the water that flows through them. Hence, aquatic plants absorb heavy metals, and that's why they function as kidney of, like kidney in our body remove waste and extra fluid from our body. Similarly, that's what mangroves do. With reference to Gucci, sometimes mentioned in the news, consider the following statement. It is a fungus. It grows in some Himalayan forest areas. It is commercially cultivated in the Himalayan foothills of the northeastern India. नॉर्थ ईस्ट में मिलता है क्या ये? Is it found in northeast? Statement 3 is wrong because it is not found in northeast. So statement 3 gone. ये मशरूम है, Gucci is mushroom. Very expensive edible mushroom. And mushrooms are fungus. So answer is 1 and 2. Mushrooms are fungus. That time Gucci was in news because Prime Minister had shown this Gucci mushroom is species of fungus in the family. Which of the following is not a bird? Which among the following is not a bird? Golden mahshir is not a bird, it's a fish. It's a fish. Golden mahshir is a fish. Golden mahshir is not a bird. We have covered 2015-16 to 2022. Just 2 years questions are remaining, 2023 and 2024. Okay. Try and answer this question and just give me a break of 1 minute. I'll be back in a minute. You try and answer this question. Statement 1. India, despite having uranium deposits, depends on coal for most of its electricity production. Statement 1 is correct. So option D is eliminated, because statement 1 is incorrect is what option D says. Uranium enriched to the extent of at least 60% is required for the production of electricity. नहीं बॉम्ब थोड़ी बनाना है भाई. So statement 2 is incorrect. Answer is C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. %, uranium enriched at least 90% is classified as weapon grade. Statement 1. Marsupials are not naturally found in India. Marsupials are not naturally found in India. Marsupials can thrive only in the mountain grasslands with no predators. अब marsupial क्या है ये तो मुझे नहीं पता, जिनको पता है उनके लिए बहुत बढ़िया. अगर but still if you do not know what are marsupial, तो how will you answer this question? Look at the statement 2. Only in mountain grasslands with no predators. With no predators, very extreme, meaning a place where there exists no superior on food chain. तो वो तो पूरा ही भर जाएगा ना. So statement 2 is very extreme without predators. So statement 2 must be wrong. So answer is C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Answer is C. After giving this exam, although cleared, I did not know what are marsupials. ठीक है, but because of this statement, I could get the correct answer for this. Answer is C. Statement 1 is correct. Marsupials can be observed in regions spanning Australia, Papua New Guinea, South America. They are not naturally found in India. What are the examples of those? Examples include kangaroos, wallabies and wombats. Statement 2 is not correct. These creatures predominantly inhabit arid and semi-arid areas and they are not restricted to the mountain grasslands. Also they cannot like कोई भी predator नहीं ऐसे नहीं हो सकता ना. Okay. Invasive species specialist group that develops the global invasive species database belongs to which one of the following organizations? United Nations, International Union, IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, United Nations World Commission for Environment and Development, and Worldwide Fund for Nature. Invasive species के बारे में बात कर रहा है. It is a database. Who among these provide the database? Other database you must have seen, Red List, है ना, which gives the data of endangered etc etc. कौन देता है? Try answering this question. I gave you the hint as well. Answer is A. IUCN red list बनाता है ना. IUCN gives the red data, the data book, red list and all. The answer is A. IUCN. Consider the following fauna. lion-tailed macaque, Malabar civet and sambar deer. How many of the above are generally nocturnal or most active after sunset? How many of these are generally nocturnal or most active after sunset? Like I'm saying it time and again, you cannot know the behavioral pattern of every animal on planet Earth. That is humanly impossible. Yet, if you happen to answer this question, you'll have to make a guess. Safe bet is only 2, and in this case only 2 is the correct answers, because Malabar civet is nocturnal, lion tail macaque दोनों टाइम करते हैं, दे आर ड्यूरिंग डे एज वेल एज ड्यूरिंग नाइट एज वेल, है ना, सो दे डाइन्यूरल है वो, एंड सांबर डियर नॉक्टर्नल, सो आंसर इज ओनली 2. Which one of the following organism perform waggle dance for others of their kin to indicate the direction of their distance to the source of their food? इसका आंसर देने के दो तरीके हैं. If you deploy the logic, the answer can be given of this question. एक तो अगर आपने एनिमल प्लैनेट सीरीज देखे तो यू नो द आंसर. इफ यू आर नॉट वॉच एनिमल प्लैनेट सीरीज, then there is a logic through which you can come to this answer. See, indicate the direction and the distance, है ना, that means it is far away. If one has to describe the distance as well as direction, that means the source of food and current location, these are far away. है ना, अगर आपको पता नहीं है तो सिर्फ लॉजिक इस तरीके से लगाया जा सकता है. एंड the only animal out of these which lives in a group or hive is honeybee. From that you can reach the answer. The answer is honeybee. This is the easiest question. This is the easiest question you can ever get in UPSC. इसके जितना easy question आपको मिलेगा ही नहीं in environment and ecology. What is the answer of this question? Please focus on the word some. Some mushrooms, some mushroom, some mushroom, some mushroom, some सब में. So the answer is all 4. Some mushrooms have medicinal properties. हाँ भाई हो सकता है. Some mushrooms have psychoactive properties. Yes, possible. Why not? There is a very high possibility. Mushrooms have insecticidal properties, yes, and have bioluminescence properties, yes. All is possibility. The answer is D. Indian squirrels, they build nest by making burrows in the ground. They store their food materials like nuts and seeds in the ground, and they are omnivorous. Answer is all three. ठीक है, all three is the answer. Again, this is one more easy question. This is one more easy question. Just take a look at the question. Yes. Why? Why all three? Because some microorganisms can grow in environment with temperature above the boiling point of water. हाँ, कोई ना कोई, there are billions of microorganisms, कोई तो grow करता होगा. We know that there are certain जो microorganisms है जो शायद volcanic eruption के आसपास भी grow करते होंगे. We do not know. There is a possibility. Can grow in environments with temperature. What happened? Electricity गया. Sorry, we lost the electricity, तो उस वजह से disruption आया. We have a backup, but just give us a moment to restart it. Just give us a second, okay? Hello everyone. Sorry for the interruption caused. That was caused by the power failure. There was a power failure because of which the lecture got interrupted. भाई तू माइक ऑफ कर दिया है. Okay. So which one of the following makes a tool with stick to scrape insects from the hole in a tree or a log of wood? See, this is interesting question. Some animal is using a stick to scrape the insect, right? So if it is using stick, that means that animal should have the ability to hold. Meaning, if that animal has the ability to hold, it should be able to maneuver it properly. तो ये करने की कैपेबिलिटी तो सिर्फ ओरंगुटान में ही होगी, बिकॉज इट्स फ्रॉम द एप फैमिली, है ना, बंदरों के फैमिली से आता है ना ये. सो द आंसर इज orangutan. Orangutans have been known for making and using tools. The answer is orangutan. Consider the following: aerosols, foam agents, fire retardants, and lubricants. In the making of how many of the above are hydrofluorocarbons? Hydrofluorocarbons are used. This question even experts are debating till now that इसमें से किस किस में यूज होता है. तो इसका accurate answer beforehand in the examination दे पाना बहुत मुश्किल है, but still you can take a guess, informed guess, and there is a possibility that you will get the correct answer. UPSC has given its answer, but still experts are debating कि इसमें से कौन सा हो सकता है. Answer is all of the above. All of the above. अरे okay, that's what I said. There is a debate. Okay, consider the following infrastructure sectors: affordable housing, mass rapid transport, healthcare, renewable energy. How many of the above does the UN OPS Sustainable Investment in Infrastructure Innovation Initiative focus for its investment? See, again, this is that kind of random bomb जिसका कोई सोर्स नहीं है, जिसका कोई एग्जैक्ट सोर्स पता नहीं है. No matter how what source you refer to, you cannot have possibly have the answer of such questions. This kind of bombs will come in environment and ecology section. There is one way of answering this kind of question is अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग थोड़ा सा ठीक लग रहा है, हेल्थ केयर भी ठीक लग रहा है, रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी भी ठीक लग रहा है, लेकिन मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट इट्स अ लिटिल बिट डिफिकल्ट. इट लुक्स लिटिल डिफिकल्ट फॉर मी, है ना. सो द आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज सी. दैट मीन्स only 1, 3 and 4 are correct. It is not, investment is not in mass rapid transport. Consider the following statement regarding the mercury pollution. Mercury pollution. Gold mining activity is a source of mercury pollution in the world. Coal-based thermal power plants cause mercury pollution. There is no known safe level of exposure to mercury, which also there is no known safe level, which also means irrespective of the quantity, mercury is harmful. Meaning, even in the less quantities, mercury is harmful. The answer is 3. All 3. Statement 1. According to the United Nations World Water Development Report 2022, India extracts more than quarter, that is more than 25% of the world's groundwater withdrawal each year. And statement 2, India needs to extract more than quarter of the world's groundwater each year to satisfy the drinking water and sanitation needs of almost 18% of the world's population living in its territory. What do you think is the answer? It's quite understanding based. Answer is C. Statement 1 is correct. Statement 2 is wrong, because the majority of the water taken out from the groundwater is not used for the drinking or the sanitation, but it is used for agriculture. The water extracted from the groundwater is not used for the sanitation or drinking, but it is used for agriculture. Majority of it, almost 85% of it. Okay, approximately 89%. In India, the biodiversity management committees are key to the realization of the objectives of Nagoya Protocol. Nagoya Protocol. The biodiversity management committees have important functions in determining access and benefit sharing, including the power to levy the collection fees on the access of biological resources within its jurisdiction. It's a very simple question. Nagoya Protocol के बारे में अगर आपको पता है तो it's very simple. Biodiversity Management Committee are part of it, and both statements are correct. Answer is C. Consider the following statements. Once the central government notifies an area as community reserve, once the central government notifies an area as a community reserve, the chief wildlife warden of the state becomes the governing authority of such forest. Hunting is not allowed in such area. People of such areas are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce, and people of such areas are allowed traditional agricultural practices. If it is people of such area allowed traditional agricultural practices, no, they are not. Fourth statement is wrong. Rest three are correct. They are not allowed to do traditional, because traditional way में exploitation, it leads to the exploitation. Traditional, for example, traditional इसमें zoom cultivation भी आता है ना. Zoom cultivation is also part of traditional agriculture. Okay. Okay. Now we have reached 2024. इसके सिर्फ आंसर्स देखेंगे हम लोग. विल नॉट गेट इनटू द डिटेल डिस्कशन ऑफ इट बिकॉज इट विल टेक मोर टाइम. लेट्स क्विकली फिनिश इट ऑफ. क्विकली अभी इसके कुछ 8-10 क्वेश्चन है. विल डायरेक्टली जंप ऑन टू द आंसर्स. ओके. अकॉर्डिंग टू द एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन एजेंसी, which one of the following is the largest source of sulfur dioxide emissions? Locomotives using forest fuels, meaning train engine, ट्रेन का इंजन. विल इट बी? बिकॉज नहीं, ये इलेक्ट्रिसिटी पे अब ज्यादा चलते हैं. ठीक है. एंड सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड वुड कम फ्रॉम कोल, सो नॉट ए. शिप यूजिंग फॉसिल फ्यूल, probably the high quantity but not enough. Extraction of metal from ore, no. Power plants using fossil fuel, thermonuclear power plants, because they still depend upon coal. Power plant using fossil fuels. Okay. India does not import apples from the United States of America. Statement 2. In India, the law prohibits the import of genetically modified food without the approval of the competent authority. Which one of the following is correct? अगर आप किसी फ्रूट मार्केट में जाते हो ना, इफ यू एवर विजिटेड एनी फ्रूट मार्केट, आपको पता चल जाएगा इसका आंसर क्या है. किसी ना किसी फ्रूट मार्केट में, इवन इफ यू हैव एवर विजिटेड, यू वुड नो. आपको फ्रूट वाला ये बेच के बोल देता है कि ये यूएस का एप्पल है, ये कनाडा का एप्पल है, ये यूएस का एप्पल है. सो इंडिया में यूएस के एप्पल आते हैं. The statement is saying India does not import apples from the United States of America. This is wrong statement. So answer is D. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. इंडिया में आते ही है ना बेसिक लॉजिक से. Okay, next question. Cicada, again, frog hopper and pond skater. Hopper means hop करते हैं ना, जंप करते हैं, hopping वाला. Do you know what is hopping? जंप करके जाता है ना फ्रॉग के ऊपर से. एंड हियर इट इज स्केटर, पॉन्ड पे जो स्केट करता है. क्या है वो? दीज आर ऑल इंसेक्ट्स. This was one of the simplest question of the UPSC. Many chewing gums found in the market are the source of environmental pollution. Many chewing gums contain plastic as a gum base. Both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and the statement 2 explains the statement 1. Answer is A. Consider the following pairs. अभी ये क्वेश्चन टेक्निकली इसमें आना नहीं चाहिए, बट ठीक है. Only one is correct. Sorry, none of them is correct. Okay. Consider the following statement. Lions do not have a particular breeding season. Unlike most other big cats, cheetahs do not roar. ये correct है. Cheetahs are not considered complete cat sometimes, because the only difference between cheetah and rest of the cat is कि वो roar नहीं करता है. He doesn't make sound. So this statement is correct. Okay. So 2 is correct. Unlike male lions, male leopards do not proclaim their territory by scent marking. That means by urinating. Unlike male lions, male leopards do not. No. All cats do that. मतलब ये male leopards भी करता है. So answer should be D. Sorry, something is not right. Unlike male lions, male leopards do not proclaim. हाँ, obviously, all करते हैं, तो statement 3 is wrong. The answer is A. That's what I said. Okay. Consider the following: battery storage, biomass generation, fuel cells, rooftop solar photovoltaic units. How many of the above are considered as distributed energy resources? Distributed energy resources. Battery storage, biomass generators, fuel cells, rooftop solar. Distributed energy resources where you can distribute. The answer is all 4. Answer is all 4. Which one of the following shows unique relationship with an insect that has co-evolved with it, and that is the only insect that can pollinate this tree? Fig, mahua, sandalwood, or silk cotton? एनसीईआरटी में दिया हुआ है फिग ट्री. फिग ट्री. Okay. Consider the have poisonous species among them. How many of the above have poisonous species among them? Butterflies, fish and frogs. Obviously, एक ना कहीं poisonous होगा. All three of them will have some or the other form of poisonous trees. है ना? Poisonous species एक तो होगा उनमें. With reference to the perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS, that are used in making many consumer products, consider the following statement. They are found to be widespread in drinking water, food and food packaging material. They are not easily degraded in the environment, and persistent exposure can lead to the bioaccumulation in animal bodies. These are correct. Answer is 1, 2 and 3. This question has been dropped. This question was dropped by the UPSC, so you don't need to study this question, because there was the anomaly, there were developments with respect to the scheduling. Okay, this is the last question. Biorock technology is talked about in which one of the following situations? Restoration of the damaged coral reef, development of building material using plant residue, identification of areas for exploration, extraction of shale gas, providing salt licks for wild animals, forest or protected areas. The answer is A. Restoration of the damaged coral reefs. Biorock technology. ठीक है. With this, we have come to the end. Let me remind you guys, there is a free all Assam test happening on 2nd. It's a mock test. I would strongly recommend you to attempt that test. And also, tomorrow we have Science and Tech Marathon, and day after that we have paper discussion of 2025 UPSC preliminary examination. Okay. The PPT and the content material will be made available on the Telegram group of the CSAP. You can download it from there and you can use it for your studies. Okay. So it's quite late. Those of you who are still listening to the video live is good enough expression that you're sincere and serious candidate. And those who are going to watch it later, I would expect you to go through all the questions, try and emphasize and try and focus on the language being used, the keywords, use of basic techniques like how to avoid extreme scenarios, extreme words. That's it. I'll sign off. Good night, guys.